Chapter 28. A fifth-grade spiritual beast. Could it be that he was only a fourth-grade spiritual beast when he killed that beast illusionist last night? Because Yi Chunfeng cultivated the soul-devouring art, it was very difficult for ordinary people to detect his true cultivation level. However, the moment Yi Chunfeng broke through, Ji Qingxue and the other woman accurately sensed his true strength. Knowing that Yi Qinfeng was only a fifth-grade spiritual beast after breaking through, Ji Qingxue and the other woman revealed a look of disbelief. They were shocked by his terrifying combat strength. This person must be hiding a big secret. Sensing Yi Qinfeng's extraordinariness, Ji Qingxue blinked her beautiful big eyes and developed a strong curiosity about him. It's daybreak. Let's go down the mountain. Yi Qinfeng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and woke up from his cultivation. When he opened his deep eyes, rays of sharpness were released. Such bright eyes. Catching the radiance in Yi Qinfeng's eyes, Ji Qingxue's heart failed to live up to her expectations. She felt that Yi Qinfeng had a unique temperament that attracted her like a poison. After about 3 hours, Yi Qinfeng and the other two left the Baiyun mountain range and arrived at the bustling White Emperor City. All right, it should be safe here. Let's part here, Yi Qinfeng said as he looked at the majestic city gate of White Emperor City from afar. You wait. Seeing Yi Qinfeng leave, Ji Qingxue bit her moist lips and suddenly called out to him. What's the matter? Yi Qinfeng glanced at Ji Qingxue, who wanted to say something, but hesitated and asked softly. You, what's your name? Where can I find you? Find me? Why are you looking for me? Don't misunderstand. I just want to repay you for saving my life. Ji Qingxue had never taken the initiative to ask about a man's situation. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's puzzled eyes, 2 intoxicating blushes appeared on her delicate face. Her heart was beating wildly as she explained, coquettishly, There's no need. I never thought of repaying you for saving my life. Goodbye. With that, Yi Qinfeng did not linger. Under Ji Qingxue's disappointed gaze, he turned around and left. Qingxue, don't you think he looks like someone? Looking at Yi Qinfeng's departing back, Baixia suddenly felt that his back was very similar to Yi Qinfeng's. Like who? Qingfeng. Qingfeng. Ji Qingxue said with a smile. Xia, you don't think he's Yi Qinfeng in disguise, do you? Besides, he doesn't have a spiritual beast. Even if he doesn't have the ability to kill a beast illusionist. Don't let your imagination run wild. Thinking of the timid and stingy Yi Qinfeng, Ji Qingxue refused to believe that the first man to move her heart would be the Yi Qinfeng that she despised from the bottom of her heart. What? Hei Lang and the other 2 died by the White Lake? We've lost contact with Hei Sha. In an elegant courtyard house in the eastern part of White Emperor City, a young man in a black robe, with a slightly pale face, a hooked nose, and deeply sunken eyes, roared with an ugly expression. Trash, a bunch of trash. You can't even kidnap a person properly. Continue to contact Hei Sha. Once you get in touch with him, immediately tell him to come see me. Also, continue to investigate Yi Qinfeng's whereabouts. Inform me immediately if you have any news. This furious young man was none other than the second young master of the Jiang family, Jiang Shanxue, who had brought experts to White Emperor City to take revenge on Yi Qinfeng and Baixia. All this time, Jiang Shanxue's life had been smooth sailing, and no one dared to go against his wishes. But he had never imagined that Ji Qingxue would not only refuse his marriage proposal, but also slap him in the face in the most direct and violent way. This made him deeply experience the feeling of humiliation. Every time he thought of Ji Qingxue privately pledging to marry a piece of trash and living together, Jiang Shanxue would be so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Yi Qinfeng, Ji Qingxue, this daddy will definitely let you know what regret is. This daddy will make that trash, Yi Qinfeng, open his eyes wide and watch how I ravage a slut like you in bed. Jiang Shanshui revealed a sinister expression, his eyes filled with an ominous glint. After separating from Ji Qingxue and Baixia, Yi Qinfeng lingered outside White Emperor City for a while before returning to his original appearance and quietly returning to the small courtyard he had rented. Not long after Yi Qinfeng returned, Ji Qingxue also returned. Besides Baixia's grandfather, the #1 expert of White Emperor City, level 5 beast illusionist Baixishan, had also returned with her. Sensing Yi Qinfeng's presence in the room, Ji Qingxue requested, "Grandpa Bai, Xia, I want to speak with Qingfeng alone. Can you wait for me in the courtyard?" "Okay, we will wait for you outside." Bai Xishan, who was wearing a white robe and had a red face and a vigorous aura, nodded and said. Ji Qingxue stood outside the room, lightly knocked on the door, and asked in a flat voice, "Qingfeng, I have some matters to discuss with you. Can I come in?" "The door is not locked. Come in," Yi Qinfeng replied softly. Pushing open the door and walking in, Ji Qingxue glanced at Yi Qinfeng, who was sitting on the edge of the bed and looking at her. Her eyes revealed a trace of disgust as she said, "Jiang Shanshui is here. Last night, Xia and I encountered danger." Ji Qingxue briefly told Yi Qinfeng what happened last night. "Are you going to leave?" Yi Qinfeng asked when he heard the hidden meaning in Xiao Chen's words. Ji Qingxue nodded and said, "Yes, White Emperor City is too dangerous right now. For safety reasons, I have already contacted Grandfather. I estimate that the experts he sent will arrive at White Emperor City tonight. This is the 700,000 taels of silver that I owe you. Take it and leave White Emperor City as soon as possible. Find a place to conceal your identity to avoid losing your life. Also, from now on, we have nothing to do with each other. You are not allowed to announce to others that you are my fiancé." Ji Qingxue took out the 700,000 taels of silver that she borrowed from the Bai clan and handed it to Yi Qinfeng as she solemnly instructed him. "Don't worry, I will not speak carelessly, and I will not seek connections with your Ji clan." After Yi Qinfeng received the 700,000 taels of silver, he revealed a trace of sarcasm and said, "As for whether I leave or not, it is none of your business." "Yi Qinfeng, did you hear me? If you don't leave now, with Jiang Shanshui's character, he will not let you go." Ji Qingxue saw that Yi Qinfeng did not intend to leave and immediately became anxious. "Thank you for your concern, but I believe that Jiang Shanshui cannot kill me." Although Yi Qinfeng guessed that Jiang Shanshui still had beast illusionist experts by his side, he had broken through to the 5th level spiritual beast realm and completed the preliminary body tempering. With the golden needle talisman, he was not afraid. "Yi Qinfeng, are you crazy? Are you not afraid of death? All right, Ji Qingxue, now that we have nothing to do with each other, you don't need to worry about my life or death." Yi Qinfeng said coldly, "It is getting late, you should leave. Don't waste your time on me." "All right, Yi Qinfeng, I hope you don't regret your decision today." Chapter 29. "Qingxue, what's wrong with you?" Bai Xia, who was waiting outside, saw Ji Qingxue walk out angrily. She immediately went up and asked softly, "Nothing, let's go." Ji Qingxue shook her head and pulled Bai Xia away without any reluctance. They left the small courtyard that made her feel disgusted and disgusted. After Ji Qingxue and the other two left, Yi Qinfeng was not affected in the slightest. He cleared his mind of distracting thoughts and operated the soul-devouring art to swallow the low-grade soul crystal and continue to cultivate, consolidating his realm as a rank 5 spirit beast. As night fell, the soft light enveloped the entire White Emperor City, giving people a hazy feeling. "Young Master Jiang, this courtyard is Yi Qinfeng's residence. According to the news sent back by our people, he is now in this courtyard." A middle-aged man in a gray robe, with slightly white hair and a thin bamboo sword in his hand, pointed at Yi Qinfeng's courtyard and said with a hoarse voice, Damn, that bitch Ji Qingxue would rather live in this broken place with that trash Yi Qinfeng than agree to my marriage proposal. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's small courtyard through the dim light, Jiang Shanshui's self-esteem suffered another blow. Waves of anger burned in his heart, and he directly rushed in with his people. Yi Qinfeng, you bastard, get out here. Jiang Shanshui's face revealed a sinister expression as he ordered arrogantly. Jiang Shanshui, are you sick? Why are you yelling at me? I don't think I have provoked you. Yi Qinfeng, who was wearing a gray robe, walked out of the house and looked at the murderous Jiang Shanshui and the others, saying fearlessly, Damn, you still dare to be stubborn when death is at hand. Do you really think you are still a genius of the Yi family and have the protection of the Yi family? Hearing Yi Qinfeng's counterattack, Jiang Shanshui's face became extremely gloomy. The anger in his eyes was not concealed in the slightest. He ordered loudly, You too, go and break that bastard's legs. Make him kneel and talk to me. Yes, young Master Jiang. Two middle-aged men in black robes who had reached the 6th-level spirit beast realm respectfully obeyed the order. With a strong sense of oppression, they walked toward Yi Qinfeng step by step. Just as the two of them approached Yi Qinfeng and were about to attack, Yi Qinfeng, who was as straight as a spear, moved first. An oppressive force that suffocated the two of them erupted from Yi Qinfeng's body. It was like a ferocious flood, shattering the pressure they released and heavily bombarding their bodies, causing them to feel suffocated for a short period of time. Then, Yi Qinfeng suddenly took a step forward. His whole body emitted a ringing sound, and his strength intertwined. Then he punched both of his fists and bombarded the chests of the two 6th-grade spirit beasts. Not good. Feeling the horror of Yi Qinfeng's 2 punches, the two 6th-grade spirit beasts' faces changed greatly. Without thinking, they immediately released their soul power and condensed their spiritual beasts to resist. Their reaction could be said to be extremely fast, but Yi Qinfeng's attack speed was even faster. With 2 bang, bang, the two of them received heavy blows on their chests. His fists, which were filled with the force of 2,500 kilograms, smashed their sternum and severely injured their spiritual beasts that had fused into their bodies. They were sent flying more than 10 meters away, fell heavily on the ground, and fainted. What? Jiang Shanshui looked at the scene in front of him, dumbfounded. The look in his eyes was as if he had seen a ghost. How can he be so powerful? In Jiang Shanshui's opinion, pinching Yi Qinfeng to death was as easy as pinching an ant to death. However, the fact gave him a heavy blow, making him feel like he was in a dream. Your Excellency has good means. You actually deceived us. The middle-aged man, who was holding a thin bamboo pole and a long sword, said in a hoarse voice. His eyes shot out rays of light as he stood in front of Jiang Shanshui. Mr. Wu, cripple him for me. Thinking of Mr. Wu's strength as a rank 2 beast illusionist, Jiang Shanshui's uneasy heart calmed down a little. Leave it to me. Mr. Wu nodded. The soul power in his mind burst forth, and a large snake covered in scales appeared in his mind. It circled above his head and hissed at Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng, I don't care what kind of fortuitous encounter you had, but you are dead meat today. When I capture you later, I will use a knife to cut off your flesh and let you slowly die in pain. Jiang Shanshui looked at Yi Qinfeng ferociously, wanting to cut him into pieces. Stop! Just as Mr. Wu was about to fuse with his spiritual beast and make a move, an angry roar sounded under the dark night sky. Bai Xia suddenly appeared, accompanied by a Bai family expert. What a beautiful girl! I didn't expect Bai Desheng to have such a stunning beauty. Jiang Shanshui looked at Bai Xia, who was wearing a white floral dress. Her figure was exquisite, and her skin was as smooth as jade. His eyes immediately lit up. Bai Xia, why is she here? Yi Qinfeng didn't expect Bai Xia to bring a Bai family expert so late at night. He was slightly surprised. Bai Xia's appearance disrupted Yi Qinfeng's plan. Originally, even if he was no match for her, he could easily escape with his powerful physical strength. But now he couldn't do that. Once Bai Xia was captured, with Jiang Shanshui's means, her life would be ruined. Qingfeng, are you okay? Bai Xia walked quickly to Yi Qinfeng's side and asked with concern. I'm fine, but this place is too dangerous. You'd better leave quickly, Yi Qinfeng persuaded softly. If we leave together. Bai Xia looked at Yi Qinfeng's chiseled face and said stubbornly, Yi Qinfeng, I didn't expect a trash like you to have such good luck with women. Even I am a little envious of you. Jiang Shanshui looked at the slender and elegant Bai Xia as if she was his prey, and said coldly, But today none of you can leave. Miss, you leave first. I will take care of the rear. The Bai family expert felt a strong sense of danger from Mr. Wu and the blue-robed man beside Jiang Shanshui. He held a long spear and stood in front of Yi Qinfeng and Bai Xia, urging loudly. As soon as the Bai family expert finished speaking, Mr. Wu and the blue-robed man beside Jiang Shanshui attacked at the same time. 2 level 2 beast illusionists. Sensing the strength of the two, Yi Qinfeng also felt a little pressure. With his current strength, he could fight a level 1 beast illusionist alone, but he was definitely not a match for a level 2 beast illusionist. However, at that very moment, there was no time for him to retreat. A thunderous sound came from under Yi Qinfeng's feet. Like a cheetah, Yi Qinfeng rushed out towards the blue-robed man who wore a pair of scarlet gloves. Roar! A white rhinoceros loomed in his body. When he merged with his spiritual beast, the rhinoceros, his strength increased steadily. With a loud bang, Yi Qinfeng's and the blue-robed man's soul power fists collided. Powerful physical strength and soul power erupted at the same time, shaking the surrounding air to the point of exploding. Dang, dang, dang. Facing the blue-robed man's attack head-on, Yi Qinfeng's body trembled and his whole body retreated uncontrollably. A stream of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. After injuring Yi Qinfeng with one punch, the blue-robed man suppressed the rolling blood in his body and quickly closed in on Yi Qinfeng to continue to launch a fatal attack. He wanted to injure him in one go and end the battle. Chapter 30. It's over. The blue-robed man clenched his fist, and a terrifying soul power suddenly erupted, swinging away Yi Qinfeng's fist and smashing into his body, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string. He fell on the earth wall in the distance and smashed it down. Changfeng! When Bai Xia saw that Yi Qinfeng was injured, she immediately released her soul power without thinking and condensed her spiritual beast, the white snake, to rescue him. Little beauty, why are you so excited? You'd better play with me. The moment Bai Xia fused with her spiritual beast, Jiang Shanshui appeared beside her in a flash, condensed his spiritual beast, the black spider, and pounced on her. Bai Xia was not a match for Jiang Shanshui, who was a 5th-level spirit beast. In addition, she was seriously injured, so she could not resist the attack of Jiang Shanshui's spiritual beast, the black spider. After about 3 breaths, Bai Xia was entangled by the white spider silk spat out by the black spider and could not move. Miss. When the Bai family's master saw that Bai Xia was in danger, he was shocked and wanted to abandon Mr. Wu and come to her rescue. However, Mr. Wu was still stronger than him. As Mr. Wu waved the thin bamboo sword in his hand, 3 beams of sharp sword energy shot out and sealed off his escape route. Little beauty, are you interested in that trash? Do you want me to invite you to watch a show? Watch me cut off his limbs, his flesh, and let him slowly die in pain. Looking at Bai Xia, who was firmly bound by the spider silk and had a curvaceous figure, Jiang Shanshui's eyes immediately burned with passion and said crazily, No, no, please don't hurt Qingfeng. Bai Xia's heart trembled, and she begged for mercy with a pale face. Beg me? You beg me for that trash? Interesting, really interesting. Looking at Bai Xia's pleading eyes, the smile on Jiang Shanshui's face became wider, and he ordered loudly, Mr. Su, bring that trash to me Yes, young Master Jiang. The blue-robed man revealed a sinister smile. He arrived in front of Yi Qinfeng, who was covered in blood and was pressed down by the yellow soil. Seeing Yi Qinfeng lying on the ground with a weak aura, the blue-robed man revealed a sinister smile. In his opinion, after suffering such a heavy blow, Yi Qinfeng was probably on his last breath. Just as he extended his hand to pull Yi Qinfeng up from the pile of dirt, Yi Qinfeng's originally dim eyes suddenly became sharp, like an unsheathed sword, stabbing into the blue-robed man's eyes, causing him to momentarily lose focus. Although it was only for an instant, it was enough for Yi Qinfeng to launch a fatal attack on him. Yi Qinfeng's fist was imbued with an invincible energy. He punched towards the blue-robed man's head at an extremely fast speed. In order to kill the blue-robed man in one fell swoop, Yi Qinfeng compressed his strength to the extreme. Wherever his fist went, the air exploded, directly breaking through the blue-robed man's soul force defense and heavily smashing into his head. Crack! With a sound, the blue-robed man's head suffered a heavy blow. A large number of cracks appeared on his head, and a large amount of blood spurted out uncontrollably. How could this be? Looking at the scene in front of him, that was completely different from what he had imagined. The smile on Jiang Shanshui's face instantly froze. His eyes looked as if he had seen a ghost. The soul force defense of a rank 2 beast illusionist was beyond imagination. Yi Qinfeng originally thought that his punch, which was filled with 2,500 kilograms of force, would be able to smash his head, but the soul force in his head reduced most of it. Blood egg fuse! Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath. Ignoring the injuries on his body, he used the power of the spiritual beast's blood egg for the first time. He fused it into his body and amplified his attack power. Soul force! How could that trash have soul force? Didn't he not have a spiritual beast? Jiang Shanshui couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. He was completely stunned. Die. After fusing with the blood egg, Yi Qinfeng's strength increased steadily. Endless blood light gathered in his palm, increasing his attack power by nearly 50%. The sudden increase in attack power greatly exceeded Yi Qinfeng's expectations. It was enough to show that the blood egg was extraordinary. Bang! The blue-robed man's head suffered another heavy blow. This time, Yi Qinfeng's fist, which was infused with soul force, directly smashed his head. A large amount of blood splattered on the ground. Heavenly Profound Needle suppressed the injuries. Yi Qinfeng took advantage of the blue-robed man's carelessness. After killing him, he immediately took out dozens of silver needles and pierced them into his own acupuncture points, forcibly suppressing the injuries on his body. Soul Force, silver needles. Looking at the silver needles flying in the air and piercing into Yi Qinfeng's body, Baixia revealed a look of surprise. It's him, it's really him. Chengfeng is really Master Qin. How could this be? How could that trash be so powerful? He actually has the strength to kill Mr. Su. Seeing the blue-robed man's corpse fall heavily on the ground, Jiang Shanshui was shocked from the deepest part of his soul. He opened his mouth, but didn't say a word for a long time, and Mr. Wu was distracted because of this. Seizing this opportunity, the Bai family's expert immediately used his soul skill. A long snake-like spear light flew out and pierced towards Mr. Wu's chest. Shadow sword. Mr. Wu, who couldn't dodge the soul skill attack of the Bai family's expert, immediately reacted and used his soul skill to counterattack. Puff, puff. Two sounds. The two of them were attacked by each other's soul skills at the same time. Their spiritual beasts, which were defending with all their might, were severely injured. Don't come over. If you dare to come over, I'll kill her immediately. Seeing Yi Qinfeng quickly approaching him, Jiang Shanshui, who came back to his senses, immediately pulled Baixia, who was entangled in spider silk and couldn't move, in front of him and threatened loudly. I know you won't, because you know very well the consequences of hurting her. Yi Qinfeng said with a murderous intent. You're right, I won't kill her, but I dare to scratch her face. Jiang Shanxue deliberately stroked Bai Xia's smooth and delicate face and threatened coldly. Don't you think it'll be a pity if I scratch such a beautiful face? Let her go and I'll let you go, Yi Qinfeng said with an ugly expression. For Bai Xia he made a concession. I can let her go, but it depends on whether you're obedient. Jiang Shanxue looked at Yi Qinfeng's gloomy face and said with a cold smile, What do you want? Yi Qinfeng's eyes flickered with sharpness as he asked in a low voice. Break your own meridians and surrender obediently. Jiang Shanxue ordered loudly. No, Qinfeng, don't listen to him. Even if you break your own meridians, he won't let us go. Hearing Jiang Shanxue's order, Bai Xia, whose beautiful face turned pale, shouted loudly. Damn it, if you talk nonsense again, I'll scratch your face. Jiang Shanxue firmly held Bai Xia's neck and warned fiercely. Looking at Bai Xia's pained face, Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, Fine, you win. I can agree to break my own meridians, but you have to promise me that after you break your own meridians, you can't hurt her. Otherwise, we'll fight to the death. Fine, I promise you. As long as you break your own meridians, I won't hurt her. Jiang Shanxue showed a complacent smile and agreed. I hope you can keep your promise. Otherwise, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Yi Qinfeng said with clenched fists. Chapter 31. Qinfeng, looking at the blood-soaked Yi Qinfeng, Bai Xia felt like her heart was being cut by a knife. Tears flowed uncontrollably as she cried out in pain. Haha, Yi Qinfeng, I find that you are so silly that you are cute. Do you really think that I will let you go if you break your own meridians? Jiang Shanxue laughed wantonly. He held the tearful Bai Xia hostage and came to his side. Jiang Shanxue, if you are willing to let Qinfeng go, I am willing to agree to any of your requests. Bai Xia said while sobbing in pain. Little beauty, what right do you have to bargain with me? Jiang Shanxue revealed a playful smile and said, After I torture him to death, I will love you well. I really can't wait to press you under me. As he spoke, Jiang Shanxue, who was beside himself with joy, took out a sharp dagger from his chest. He looked at Yi Qinfeng, who was lying in a pool of blood, and said mockingly, Let me see if your meridians are completely broken. If they are not, I will help you well. No. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng was about to be killed, Bai Xia panicked and screamed in pain. However, the spider silk that bound her contained powerful soul power. All her efforts were in vain. No, you didn't break your own meridians. How dare you lie to me? When Jiang Shanxue checked the condition of Yi Qinfeng's body, he found that he had only exploded his flesh and did not break his meridians. He was furious. However, at this moment, a terrifying killing intent suddenly erupted from Yi Qinfeng. He was like a wolf that had been lying in wait for a long time. He bared his fangs and was filled with killing intent. The next moment, a golden light flashed in front of Jiang Shanxue. Before he could react, the golden light pierced his arm that was holding Bai Xia hostage and twisted his arm into pieces on the spot. After using the only golden needle talisman to severely injure Jiang Shanxue, Yi Qinfeng bounced up from the ground and threw out a powerful punch. It landed on Jiang Shanxue's chest at close range. With a cracking sound, Jiang Shanxue's chest caved in and several of his ribs were shattered. His entire body flew more than 10 meters away before crashing heavily onto the ground. Covered in blood, Yi Qinfeng patted Bai Xia's head and said softly, It's all right now. Just stand there and don't move. I'll avenge you. Yi Qinfeng, you can't kill me. If you kill me, my Jiang family will never let you off. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's awe-inspiring gaze, the fear that Jiang Shanxue had painstakingly suppressed erupted like a volcano, occupying his face as he begged for mercy. Jiang Shanxue, you're so silly that you're cute. Do you think I let you go at a time like this? Yi Qinfeng revealed a mocking smile as he purposely borrowed Jiang Shanxue's words. Yi Chen-feng, don't you dare hurt young Master Jiang. Mr. Wu, who had fought with the Bai family's master until both sides were injured, saw that Yi Chen-feng was in danger. He struggled to stand up and rushed toward Yi Chen-feng with a long sword that was as thin as a bamboo pole in his hand. Shadow sword. Mr. Wu gathered all the soul power in his body into his long sword. Streaks of shadow sword chi flew out and pierced toward Yi Chen-feng's body. However, Mr. Wu was too heavily injured, and the speed and power of his shadow sword soul skill were greatly reduced. Yi Chen-feng, who was prepared in advance, dodged them. After dodging the shadow sword soul skill, Yi Chen-feng approached Mr. Wu with a side step and launched a tidal wave of attacks at him. Black Spider attack. Jiang Shanshui knew that if Mr. Wu wasn't a match for him, death would await him. He immediately summoned his spiritual beast, the Black Spider, and cooperated with Mr. Wu to counterattack Yi Chen-feng. Blood Egg fuse. As the Black Spider attacked, Yi Chen-feng fused with the Blood Egg again to increase his attack power. Waves of blood-colored soul power gathered in his palms. Yi Chen-feng punched out with both fists, bringing with it a sharp wind. The friction between the wind and the air produced a deep sonic boom. He punched the Black Spider that was close to him and exploded it. Following that, Yi Chen-feng quickly turned around and engaged in a fierce battle with the heavily injured Mr. Wu. Mr. Wu was already an arrow at the end of its flight, and Yi Chen-feng, who had fused with the healing light, became more and more courageous. Soon Mr. Wu, who was getting more and more injured, couldn't resist Yi Chen-feng's fierce attacks. He was sent flying by a punch and fainted in a pool of blood. Jiang Shanshui, who was bleeding from his 7 orifices, was scared silly when he saw Mr. Wu lying in a pool of blood. His body seemed to have gone crazy, and he couldn't help but tremble. Yi Chen-feng, I was wrong. I really know that I was wrong. Please spare me. I won't dare to be your enemy anymore. In order to survive, Jiang Shanshui gave up his dignity and begged Yi Chen-feng bitterly, begging him to let him go. Slap. Yi Chen-feng was unmoved by Jiang Shanshui's pleas. He suddenly raised his right hand, and a crisp slap rang out. Not only did the enormous force shatter Jiang Shanshui's jaw, it even sent him flying. Yi Chen-feng, my grandfather knows that I came to White Emperor City. If something happens to me in White Emperor City, he will definitely investigate this matter. At that time, it will be difficult for you to escape death. Jiang Shanshui shouted. Is that so? Yi Chen-feng's lips curled up, revealing a cold smile that was difficult to detect. Then let's have a good talk. If you can move me, perhaps I will change my mind and spare you. Good. As long as you are willing to let me go, I can agree to any of your requests. Seeing that there was a chance, the heavily injured Jiang Shanshui was so excited that he wanted to cry. Cheng-feng, you can't trust him. He is a despicable person, Bai Xia anxiously advised. Don't worry. I know what I am doing. Yi Chen-feng revealed a gentle smile, untied her body, and said, Wait for me here. After that, Yi Chen-feng took Jiang Shanshui and the unconscious Mr. Wu into the house. Yi Chen-feng, what do you want to let me go? I can be your dog. I will bite whoever you want me to. Jiang Shanshui, whose soul was seriously injured and collapsed on the ground, begged for mercy very weakly. Jiang Shanshui, do you really think I will let you go? The reason why Yi Chen-feng didn't kill him instantly with the golden needle talisman and wanted to talk to him alone was that he wanted to devour his and Mr. Wu's spiritual beasts. Once a person died, his or her spiritual beast would also turn to ashes. Seeing the killing intent in Yi Chen-feng's eyes, Jiang Shanshui felt like he was being stared at by the Grim Reaper. Just as he was scared out of his wits, Yi Chen-feng suddenly made a move and pressed his right hand hard on his head. In the next moment, a powerful devouring force surged into his mind like a big devouring mouth, devouring his spiritual beast. However, Jiang Shanshui was at the same level as Yi Chen-feng. After devouring his spiritual beast, the Black Spider, Yi Chen-feng didn't produce much pure soul power in his body. After devouring Jiang Shanshui's spiritual beast, Yi Qinfeng immediately went to the unconscious Mr. Wu's side and used the soul-devouring tactic to devour his spiritual beast as well. Mr. Wu was a level 2 beast illusionist, and his spiritual beast was extremely powerful. After devouring his spiritual beast, Yi Qinfeng immediately produced a large amount of pure soul power in his body and merged with the blood egg. Chapter 32. Qinfeng, where's Jiang Shanshui? You're not really going to let him go, are you? Seeing Yi Qinfeng walk out of the house covered in blood, Bai Xia immediately went up to him and asked worriedly, Jiang Shanshui is already dead. Yi Qinfeng said in a low voice, looking at Bai Xia with a burning gaze. Although he wanted to minimize Jiang Shanshui's death, he couldn't bear to kill Bai Xia and the other person. Furthermore, he had performed outstandingly in the White Emperor Martial House's year-end assessment and obtained the qualification to enter the Sky Fire Martial House. This would definitely arouse the Jiang family's suspicion. Thinking about the threat of the Jiang family, the number 1 family in the Zijin Kingdom, Yi Qinfeng felt that this was a thorny problem. However, once Yi Qinfeng became a disciple of the Sky Fire Martial House, even if the matter was exposed, the Jiang family wouldn't dare to directly take revenge on him. Great, that scum is finally dead. Qinfeng, thank you. You've saved me once again. Bai Xia let out a long sigh of relief. She looked at Yi Qinfeng with a gentle gaze and said gratefully. After seeing Yi Qinfeng's powerful strength, Bai Xia was completely sure that the person she had been searching for and the person who had saved her and Ji Qingxue from the evil clutches last night was Yi Qinfeng. Xia, although Jiang Shanshui deserved to die, if the Jiang family knew that he died in our hands, not only me, but even your Bai family will suffer the Jiang family's bloody revenge. Yi Qinfeng said seriously. Young Master Yi, don't worry. My Bai family will take care of everything. We will try our best to hide the fact that Jiang Shanshui died in White Emperor City. The heavily injured Bai family expert crawled up from the ground and promised. That's good. Yi Qinfeng nodded and said. He thought that the Bai family was indeed more afraid of the consequences of Jiang Shanshui's death. After all, with his strength, there was a high chance that he could escape the Jiang family expert's pursuit. However, the Bai family had no chance of escaping. Qinfeng, I want to talk to you in private. Is that okay? Bai Xia blinked her big eyes and looked at Yi Qinfeng expectantly. Let me deal with this first, then we can talk outside. Yi Qinfeng guessed the purpose of Bai Xia looking for him, nodded and said, Young Master Yi, leave this to me. I'm good at destroying corpses and erasing evidence. I'll take care of everything here. You and young Miss can talk outside. The Bai family expert took a healing pill and stabilized his injuries. Well, Xia, wait for me for a while. I'll change my clothes and come out. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng returned to the house, wiped off the bloodstains on his body, changed into a bloody robe, and walked out of the house with Bai Xia. Because the house Yi Qinfeng rented was very remote and there were few people around, coupled with the darkness of the night, no one was alarmed by the fierce battle just now. Qinfeng, the Master Chen who saved my grandfather, was you in disguise, right? Walking on the bumpy dirt road, Bai Xia kept looking at Yi Qinfeng out of the corner of her eyes, looking at his chiseled side profile, which was like a black gem, and staring into his innocent eyes. Bai Xia's cheeks turned slightly red, and her heart skipped a beat. She took a deep breath, broke the silence, and asked, Yes, it's me. Yi Qinfeng nodded and didn't hide it anymore, because at this time, some things could no longer be hidden. The person who saved me and Qingxue last night was also you, right? Bai Xia stopped and looked at Yi Qinfeng up close and asked, Yes, the person who saved you last night was also me. Since it was you, why didn't you admit it when I recognized you? Why did you disguise yourself when you saved us last night? Bai Xia asked the question in her heart. If Qingxue knew that the person who saved her last night was you, she would definitely change her opinion of you. Moreover, if you can heal her grandfather's old injury, I think the Ji family will definitely agree to your marriage. Do you really want to hear the truth? Yi Qinfeng pondered for a moment and asked, Yes, I want to hear it very much. Are you willing to tell me? Bai Xia nodded and said, Okay, I'll tell you. But you must promise me to keep it a secret and not reveal it to a third person. Yi Qinfeng took a deep breath and solemnly instructed, I swear if I mention your secret to a third person, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Bai Xia swore in front of everyone. Actually, the main reason why I hid everything was because I was hiding it from Qingxue. The existence of the soul-devouring brain was too heaven-defying, so Yi Qinfeng didn't dare to reveal it easily. He could only push the reason to Qingxue. Hiding it from Qingxue? Isn't she your fiancée? Why did you hide it from her? Bai Xia asked in puzzlement, the curiosity in her heart growing stronger. Fiancé? Yi Qinfeng laughed self-deprecatingly and said, That was just an act for outsiders to see. The relationship between us originated from a deal. Yi Qinfeng briefly told the whole story to Bai Xia. How could this be? How could she be so willful and disregard your safety and use you as a shield? Doesn't she know the danger of this matter? When Bai Xia learned the truth, she immediately felt injustice for Yi Qinfeng. She also understood why Yi Qinfeng kept hiding his secret. It was because he would definitely be killed if he revealed his true strength. However, in addition to being angry, Bai Xia was also secretly delighted. Her gaze towards Yi Qinfeng became even gentler. All right, it's getting late. Let's go back. Although Yi Qinfeng could feel Bai Xia's affection for him from her eyes, he had vowed to pursue the boundless Tao and cultivate supreme divine abilities. He could only put aside his personal feelings for her. Qingfeng, it's best if you don't stay in that place of yours. If you don't mind, you can stay in my house. There are many places you can stay in my house. Bai Xia invited. Thank you, but I will be going to the White Cloud mountain range to cultivate and prepare for the White Emperor Martial House's year-end examination in a month. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and tactfully refused Bai Xia. All right then. If you need anything, you can look for me. I will fully support you. Bai Xia said with a little disappointment. All right. Yi Qinfeng nodded and agreed. When Yi Qinfeng and Bai Xia returned to the Earth courtyard side by side, the Bai family's experts had basically taken care of everything. The bloodstains on the ground and walls were completely covered by the yellow soil. Jiang Shanshui and the others' corpses were dug and buried by them. Once the thick scent of blood in the air completely dissipated, no one would be able to detect any clues in the courtyard. Looking at the scene in the courtyard, Yi Qinfeng was very satisfied. If it were him, he definitely wouldn't have been able to do so well. Eldest miss, it's getting late. Let's go back. We need to tell the city lord and elder Bai about what happened tonight as soon as possible. Only then can we cover up the truth and divert the Jiang family's anger. The Bai family's expert saw Yi Qinfeng and Bai Xia return and urged them. Qingfeng will go first. Take good care of yourself. If you need anything, come find me. Bai Xia reluctantly said and left with the Bai family's expert. Chapter 33. In the tranquil night, the moonlight shone brightly and the cold air assaulted everyone. Last night, I just broke through to become a rank 5 spirit beast. If I make another breakthrough today, it might cause my foundation to be unstable and affect my future cultivation. After devouring the soul beasts of Jiang Shanshui and Lu Yuanshan, Yi Qinfeng had accumulated enough soul power for him to break through to the rank 6 spirit beast realm. However, the cultivation experience in the God Eater's mind told him that the foundation was very important. If the foundation was unstable at the beginning, the higher the cultivation level, the harder it would be, and it would affect his combat strength. He had to completely consolidate his rank 5 spirit beast realm and lay down a solid foundation. Only when his body was filled with soul power would it be the best time to break through to the rank 6 spirit beast realm. And the best way to temper one's foundation was to fight. Only by constantly fighting could one lay down a solid foundation. Although the White Emperor Martial House had specialized training rooms that could be rented as long as one paid enough money, Yi Chen-feng chose to temper himself in the White Cloud mountain range. A cool breeze blew. Yi Chen-feng was like a lurking cheetah as he hid in a lush thicket. With the help of the bright moonlight, he looked at a gloomy valley in the distance. In this valley, there were over 20 foxes of various sizes. Foxes could be said to be the overlords of the White Cloud mountain range. They were as cunning as foxes and had fierce temperaments. They liked to live in groups, and using foxes as training targets was extremely dangerous. Even if it was the black fur violent bear that had extraordinary strength and could tear apart a rank one-beast illusionist expert, it would still be in danger if it was surrounded by foxes. However, Yi Chen-feng wanted to temper himself through death. Only when he felt the threat of death could he stimulate his body's potential and achieve the effect of tempering himself. Hoo-hoo! Yi Chen-feng adjusted his breathing as he approached the valley. He slowly approached a 3-meter-long foxes with fox ears and fangs that were tearing apart an elk. Bang! After locking onto his target, Yi Chen-feng exerted strength in his legs and stomped on the ground. With lightning speed, he launched an attack at the foxes. When the fox sensed danger and tried to dodge, Yi Chen-feng's fist hit its head. The sound of bones breaking rang out as the fox-wolf's head was blown apart by Yi Chen-feng's punch. Its huge body was sent flying by gravity and smashed into the silent valley, alarming all the fox-wolves in the valley. Ayo-ho! For a moment, wolf howls filled the air. The ferocious foxes and wolves stared at Yi Chen-feng with blood-red eyes and launched a frenzied, retaliatory attack. Come on! Yi Chen-feng didn't dodge when he saw the foxes baring their fangs and pouncing towards him. Instead, he bravely met them head-on. He charged into the pack of foxes and wolves and began to fight fiercely. Caught in the pack of foxes and wolves, Yi Chen-feng immediately fell into a passive position. The ferocious foxes and wolves tore at his body, crazily, biting him until he was covered in wounds. Blood dripped down his clothes and onto the ground. It was a ghastly sight. As his injuries continued to worsen, Yi Chen-feng's physical potential was also stimulated bit by bit. He quickly integrated the power of the spiritual beast blood egg to stabilize his injuries. His fists continuously erupted with more than 2,500 kilograms of strength, smashing the foxes and wolves that were pouncing on him away. Early in the morning, the first rays of the morning sun shone through the clouds and onto the earth, awakening all things in the world. Ayo-ho! As the last fox wolf let out a painful howl, its huge body slammed heavily into the stone wall on the side, cracking it. It fell into a pool of blood and lay motionless. Huff! Huff! I finally killed all 28 foxes and wolves. Looking at the corpses of the foxes and wolves, Yi Chen-feng, who was on the verge of collapse and covered in wounds, lay on the ground, panting heavily. He didn't want to move at all. After a night of killing, Yi Chen-feng felt that the soul power in his body had integrated into the blood egg. He could definitely break through to the realm of a Class 6 spiritual beast. However, Yi Chen-feng forcefully condensed his soul power and suppressed his realm. He was only waiting for the soul power contained in the blood egg to reach the limit before making a breakthrough. Life and death tempering is indeed the best way to improve one's strength. Feeling the change in his realm, Yi Chen-feng's pale face revealed a faint smile. He was determined to continue tempering himself. About an hour later, Yi Chen-feng, who had basically recovered his physical strength, left the valley that was filled with a strong smell of blood. He came to a small stream, washed his body, ate something, and continued to look for training targets. Just as he was tirelessly tempering himself in the Baiyun mountain range, the Jiang family in the imperial city was enraged because of the mysterious disappearance of Jiang Shanshui and the others. You still haven't found Shanshui and the others? In the Jiang family's old residence, the Jiang family's helmsman, Jiang Zhongxiong, who was wearing a dark golden robe and was emitting a strong, baleful aura, smashed a square table with a palm strike as he questioned angrily. Reporting to Master. The experts we sent to White Emperor City have yet to find anything. However, according to our investigation, during the few days young Master Jiang went missing, the experts of the Ji family appeared in White Emperor City. Young Master Jiang's people seem to have clashed with Ji Qingxue. A bi-family expert wearing silver armor reported in fear. Ji family, how dare they? Jiang Zhongxiong ordered with a gloomy face. Continue the investigation. If we find out that Shanshui's disappearance is related to the Ji family, I will make them pay a painful price. At the same time, the Ji family also received the news of Jiang Shanshui's disappearance. Qingxue, tell me honestly, who was the person who saved you? Was he the one who caused Jiang Shanshui's disappearance? Ji Qingxue's grandfather, Ji Yanzheng, felt the seriousness of the situation and asked solemnly. Once the Jiang family suspected that the Ji family had something to do with Jiang Shanshui's disappearance, the two families would likely fight to the death. This was something Ji Yanzheng did not want to see. Grandfather, I have already said that I don't know him. However, Jiang Shanshui's death is definitely not related to him. He is only a level 5 spiritual beast tamer. It is impossible for him to kill Jiang Shanshui, Ji Qingxue said, hiding the fact that Yi Qinfeng's combat strength was far beyond his level. Sai, who did it? If we can't find the culprit, the Jiang family will most likely vent their anger on our Ji family. At that time, our Ji family will be in a very dangerous situation. Ji Yanzheng sighed deeply, his voice filled with worry. Grandfather, is the Jiang family really so scary now? Ji Qingxue asked with a frown as she looked at Ji Yanzheng's worried face. If it was a year ago, our Ji family's overall strength was not as good as the Jiang family's. However, in this year, my old injuries have been relapsing more frequently. My strength is not as good as before. Jiang Zhongxiong's eldest grandson, Jiang Yijuan, has been cultivating in the Sky Fire Martial House for 2 years. His strength has increased by leaps and bounds. A few days ago, he broke through to become a level 4 beast illusionist. More importantly, the Jiang family's first prince has completely overshadowed the second prince that our Ji family is attached to. This has caused the situation in the imperial court to change. If the Jiang family disregards everything and makes a move on our Ji family will most likely be isolated. Ji Yanzheng told Ji Qingxue the severity of the situation. Grandfather, if the Jiang family insists on using this matter to deal with us, will we not be able to retaliate? After understanding the Jiang family situation, Ji Qingxue felt the severity of the situation. Unless I can heal my old injuries in a short time and break through to a level 1 Earth Beast General, or the second prince regains his power, we will be able to intimidate the Jiang family. However, this is almost impossible. Ji Yanzheng took a deep breath. His voice was filled with helplessness and worry. Grandfather, what if we can find that Master Qin who cured Grandfather Bai? Ji Qingxue asked as an idea flashed through her mind. If that Master Chen is really related to the sect, perhaps he can help our Ji family tide over this crisis. Chapter 34. Time flew by, and a month passed in the blink of an eye. 8,000 genes of strength erupt. Yi Qinfeng, whose entire body was covered in blood, suddenly took a step forward. The blood and flesh in his entire body resonated with each other, and his surging strength fused with the soul power released by the blood egg. Like a surging tide, it surged into his arms and heavily smashed into the chest of a 6-meter-tall, pitch-black, black-furred violent bear with blood-red eyes. With a cracking sound, the black-furred bear, which was known for its strength, was sent flying by Yi Qinfeng's fists. Its furry chest completely caved in, and a large amount of blood and organs sprayed out from its mouth. One of the overlords of the White Cloud Mountain Range, the black-furred bear, was killed by Yi Qinfeng with a single punch. It lay motionless in a pool of its own blood. After killing the black-furred bear, Yi Qinfeng's spirit beast blood egg cracked open with a fifth crack. Surging soul force poured into his meridians like a flood. At this time, Yi Qinfeng couldn't suppress his cultivation even if he wanted to. After the blood egg's energy overflowed, he naturally broke through to the sixth rank spirit beast realm. Moreover, he didn't need to consolidate his cultivation for it to stabilize. Phew, it's time to return to White Emperor City and participate in the White Emperor Martial House's end-of-year examination. I wonder what the final outcome of Jiang Shanshui's death was. Did the Bai family betray me? Yi Qinfeng let out a breath of turbid air. He took a bath in the deep pool of the mountain, changed into a new set of clothes, and left the White Cloud mountain range, returning to White Emperor City. Because he was worried that the Bai family wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure and betray him, Yi Qinfeng disguised himself and put on a human skin mask. He inquired about some news in White Emperor City. When he learned that the Jiang family experts who had turned White Emperor City upside down a few days ago had already left, and that White Emperor City had returned to peace, he let out a sigh of relief. After confirming that the Bai family hadn't betrayed him, Yi Qinfeng relaxed. He settled down in an inn and waited for the White Emperor Martial House's end-of-year examination to begin the next morning. Early in the morning, the first rays of the morning sun dyed the sky red. It was like a beautiful painting that made one feel relaxed and happy. After eating breakfast at the inn, Yi Qinfeng walked towards the White Emperor Martial House under the morning sun. Because today was the day of the White Emperor Martial House's year-end examination, the White Emperor Martial House became very lively. Almost all of the Martial House's students who had gone out to experience the world had returned. Yo, am I seeing things? Isn't that Yi Qinfeng? I didn't expect you to really dare to come today. I thought you were too scared to show up after provoking young Master Lian. Yi Qinfeng had just arrived at the entrance of the White Emperor Martial House when a sarcastic voice entered his ears. Di Wanxian, who was dressed in gorgeous clothes and had a malicious smile on his face, appeared with 3 other White Emperor City profligate sons, blocking Yi Qinfeng's path. Di Wanxian, I realize that you are really a good dog by Lian Yulong's side. Being a dog like you can be considered a kind of realm. Hearing Di Wanxian's ridicule, Yi Qinfeng wasn't angry. This was because, in front of him, Di Wanxian was nothing but a clown. Motherfucker, Yi Qinfeng, who are you calling a dog? Hearing Yi Qinfeng's ridicule, Di Wanxian flew into a rage and angrily questioned him. I called you a dog. What can you do to me? Yi Qinfeng looked at Di Wanxian, who was fuming with anger, and said without any trace of politeness. Di Wanxian was so angry that his lungs almost exploded. He didn't think that Yi Qinfeng would be so arrogant even when he was about to die. But when he thought about how incomparably strong Yi Qinfeng was, he knew that he wasn't a match for him. He could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger, not daring to attack. Scram! Don't be an eyesore in front of me. Yi Qinfeng coldly ordered Di Wanxian, who was blocking his path. And if I don't? Di Wanxian took a deep breath and said unyieldingly, Then I'll make you regret it. Yi Qinfeng sneered. He didn't hold back at all as he released the killing intent that had been accumulated through blood and bones. It smashed into the depths of Di Wanxian's heart, instantly destroying his psychological defenses. It made him feel as if he had fallen into hell. His legs trembled and he fell to the ground. Di Wanxian, you are too weak. Seeing the pale and ragged Di Wanxian, Yi Qinfeng couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him. He walked past him and entered the White Emperor Martial House. Yi Qinfeng, don't be complacent. Young Master Lian will definitely avenge me. Watching Yi Qinfeng's back, Di Wanxian, who had lost a lot of face, swore in his heart. After entering the White Emperor Martial House, Yi Qinfeng went directly to the martial arts plaza where the examination was held. He was waiting for the examination to begin. The White Emperor Martial House's year-end examination was very simple. It was a martial arts competition. The results of the competition would determine one's ranking. Yi Qinfeng waited in the martial arts plaza for about 10 minutes. Suddenly, he felt a cold aura lock onto him. He turned his head and coincidentally met the eyes of the White Emperor Martial House's #1 genius, Lien Yulong. Yi Qinfeng, today I will beat you into a dead dog in front of everyone so that you won't have the courage to stay in White Emperor City. Lien Yulong's eyes flickered with an ominous glint as he said this. I'll be waiting. Yi Qinfeng replied and turned his head away, no longer paying attention to Lien Yulong. Aside from Lien Yulong, there was another person in the crowd who was paying attention to Yi Qinfeng. It was Qiao Jingyuan, the person he had saved. She wanted to pass the examination and confirm if Yi Qinfeng was the person who had saved her that night. As the examination time approached, the stands were filled with people. The Bai family's mainstay, Bai Xishan, White Emperor City's lord, Bai Jiangshui, and the exquisitely dressed and beautiful Bai Xia all appeared in the stands, paying attention to Yi Qinfeng's examination results. When Bai Xia saw the outstanding and elegant Yi Qinfeng in the crowd, her delicate face couldn't help but reveal a look of anticipation. She was looking forward to him displaying his invincible might and suppressing the crowd. All right, everyone quiet down. Today is the day of the White Emperor Martial House's year-end examination. Because the Sky Fire Martial House's quota is very limited, our White Emperor Martial House has only managed to obtain one quota. Therefore, this year, only the person who obtains first place will be qualified to enter the Sky Fire Martial House for the final examination. The White Emperor Martial House's master, a white-haired old man, stood in the main stands and announced loudly, "There's only one quota. Then this quota will definitely belong to you, young Master Lien." Diwan Xian seemed to have changed into a different person, flattering him with a charming smile. That's for sure. With young Master Lien's strength, not to mention the White Emperor Martial House, even in the Sky Fire Martial House, you would be a genius second to none. The hedonistic young masters clustered around Lien. Yulong flattered him one after another. You can't say that. Those who can become a disciple of the Sky Fire Martial House are all geniuses among geniuses. However, give me some time. I am confident that I can create glory in the Sky Fire Martial House. Lien Yulong said arrogantly, his face full of pride. It was as if the quota for the Sky Fire Martial House's examination had already been decided by him. All right, the Sky Fire Martial House's year-end examination has begun. Everyone can go on stage to challenge. The White Emperor Martial House's master announced loudly. Chapter 35. As you wish. Yi Qinfeng didn't expect Lien Yulong to challenge him as soon as he came up. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a cold smile that was hard to detect. He leaped up and landed on the battle stage, facing Lien Yulong from afar. This child Yulong, why is he in such a hurry to go on stage? He doesn't even know how to give others a chance. Lien family patriarch Lien Wansong grumbled, but his face was filled with pride. With Yulong's strength, it doesn't matter if he goes on stage early or late. He is destined to be first in the White Emperor Martial House's year-end assessment. Patriarch Lien, let us congratulate you first. Many of White Emperor City's vassals opened their mouths to congratulate Lien Wansong, causing him to be overjoyed. Not far away, Bai Xia was very angry. Seeing his granddaughter's angry appearance, Bai Xishan gently patted her small white hand and said, "Watch the match carefully. Everything depends on strength. Yi Qinfeng, I won't bully you. Seeing that you don't have a weapon, I'll let you have 3 moves. In these 3 moves, I will only defend and not attack." Lien Yulong looked at the unarmed Yi Qinfeng and deliberately said magnanimously, "Good job, young Master Lien. Let this trash know the difference between us. Young Master Lien, beat this trash into a dead dog. Let him know How powerful we are. Hearing Lien Yulong's overbearing voice, Di Wanxian and the others raised their voices and cheered for Lien Yulong. Yi Qinfeng didn't care about the ridicule in his ears. He calmly looked at Lien Yulong and said, "I hope you can last through the third move." "Haha, Yi Qinfeng, do you really think you have a chance just because I let you have 3 moves?" Lien Yulong revealed a disdainful smile and ridiculed, "I find that you are so naive that you are cute." "Whether I am naive or not, we will know in a while." Yi Qinfeng's eyes revealed a sharp light as he said in a low voice, "This child, Yulong, has the demeanor of a great general. Amazing. Yes, Yulong is the #1 genius of White Emperor City. It won't be long before he can surpass the older generation." Just as everyone was thinking highly of Lien Yulong, an incongruous cheer suddenly sounded. "Qinfeng, do your best." Following the source of the voice, Yi Qinfeng saw the devastatingly beautiful Bai Xia with light makeup sitting in the stands, cheering for him with a flushed face. Yi Qinfeng smiled at Bai Xia, and the skin all over his body began to vibrate. A sound like muffled thunder came from under his feet. His whole body suddenly leaned forward and rushed towards Lien Yulong with a strong sense of oppression. How can this be? How can the pressure from his body be so terrifying? The cold smile on Lien Yulong's face instantly froze when he felt the oppressive power erupting from Yi Qinfeng's body. He couldn't believe that Yi Qinfeng, who didn't have any soul power fluctuations, could erupt with such terrifying physical strength. He hurriedly merged with his soul beast, the iron-mouthed crocodile, to increase his own soul power. Bang! Yi Qinfeng's right fist, which contained a force of 5,000 kilograms, shattered the layers of air and hit the long spear in front of Lien Yulong's chest. Then, a terrifying vibration passed through the long spear and into Lien Yulong's arm. The vibration made his arm numb, and the web between his thumb and forefinger bled. He couldn't hold the long spear in his hand at all, causing the long spear to fall from his hand and heavily smash into his chest. 2 of his sternum were directly broken, and the aura in his body was violently tumbling. A mouthful of blood surged into his mouth, but he forced it back down. However, swallowing this mouthful of blood caused the blood in his body to be even more turbulent, aggravating his injuries. "I didn't expect you to be able to block my punch. You're quite capable." Yi Qinfeng looked at the red-faced and disorderly Lien Yulong and smiled faintly. "There are 2 more moves. Get ready." As soon as Yi Qinfeng finished speaking, Lien Yulong's expression turned extremely ugly. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect Yi Qinfeng to be so abnormal. With just a single punch, he was able to break through his defense, almost causing him to vomit blood. However, he had no way out now. If he couldn't block Yi Qinfeng's 3 moves, not only would he lose the qualification to enter the Sky Fire Marshal House, he would also be too ashamed to stay in White Emperor City. That attack just now should be his limit. If I defend with all my strength, I should have a chance to block the remaining 2 moves. When it's my turn to attack, I'll be able to turn the tide. Lien Yulong constantly comforted himself and encouraged himself. At this moment, the entire martial arts arena was silent. The hedonistic sons who had been cheering for Lien Yulong were all speechless. They were shocked by the scene just now. Even Lien Yulong's father had lost his composure. The smile on his face froze, and a trace of worry appeared between his eyebrows. "Pay attention to the second move." Yi Qinfeng sneered and poured all the strength in his body into his right fist like a surging tide. With one punch, the air exploded and the airflow surged. Yi Qinfeng had compressed the strength of this punch to the limit and blasted it toward Lien Yulong's chest. "Iron Jaw Crocodile, resist with all your strength." Feeling the terror of Yi Qinfeng's punch, Lien Yulong immediately poured the strength of his spiritual beast, the Iron Jaw Crocodile, into his spear. Holding the spear with both hands, he used all his strength to resist Yi Qinfeng's second round of attack. Crack! An ear-piercing, cracking sound rang out. The black spiral spear in Lien Yulong's hand couldn't withstand the strength of Yi Qinfeng's fist, and a crack appeared on the spear's body. His arms, which were holding the spear tightly, were split open. A large amount of blood flowed out uncontrollably and dripped onto the ground. It was a ghastly sight. Puff! This time, Lien Yulong could no longer suppress the surging qi and blood in his body. He spat out a mouthful of blood and lost control of his body. He retreated to the edge of the arena and almost lost the match. The arena was silent. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Is this Yi Qinfeng a humanoid monster? He actually shattered the black spiral spear with one punch. This is too terrifying. This is the first time I've seen someone who has cultivated their physical strength to the limit and can erupt with such terrifying strength. No, it shouldn't be like this. Young Master Lien won't lose. He should beat Yi Qinfeng into a dead dog. Di Wanxian couldn't accept the reality in front of him. If Lien Yulong wasn't Yi Qinfeng's match, then revenge would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lien Yulong, there's still one last move. Yi Qinfeng's lips curled up. He suddenly accelerated and launched his third round of attack at Lien Yulong. I can't lose. The qualification to enter the Sky Fire Martial House must be mine. After experiencing Yi Qinfeng's terrifying strength, Lien Yulong knew that he would lose without a doubt if he continued to defend. In an instant, several thoughts flashed through his mind. In the end, he broke his oath and launched a counterattack at Yi Qinfeng with his cracked spear. Yi Qinfeng, go to hell! Lien Yulong roared. A faintly discernible iron-jaw crocodile appeared behind him. When the iron-jaw crocodile fused with the black spiral spear, the spear's offensive power rose sharply. Despicable! This Lien Yulong is too despicable. He actually went back on his word and broke his oath in front of everyone. Does he not have any shame? Bai Xia stood up from her seat and angrily criticized. Di Wanxian and the rest below the arena were wild with joy. In their opinion, as long as Lien Yulong counterattacked, Yi Qinfeng would have no chance. Lien Yulong, I didn't misjudge you. You are a complete villain. Chapter 36. Soul Power. How can this Yi Qinfeng have soul power surging in his body? Didn't he not have a spiritual beast? Could it be that a spiritual beast can awaken a second time? Feeling that Yi Qinfeng's soul power was even more terrifying than Lien Yulong's and had reached the 6th rank spirit, beast mastery, everyone, including Lien Wansong, was dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Break for me! With the fusion of soul power and physical strength, Yi Qinfeng's attack power was raised to the extreme. More than 8,000 jin of strength poured into his fist. With a punch, a terrible power erupted like a volcano and bombarded Lien Yulong's long spear. Buzz! The fist and the spear collided, sparks flew, and a strong repulsive force burst out. Lien Yulong only felt that his spear had stabbed into an unshakable mountain. The surging power penetrated the long spear and rushed into his body, shaking his body and spraying a large amount of blood uncontrollably. Kacha! Just when Lien Yulong couldn't withstand the power of Yi Qinfeng's punch and was injured, Yi Qinfeng's body regenerated and broke his fist, smashing the long spear full of cracks, directly shattering the long spear that Lien Yulong had spent a lot of money to refine. What? How is this possible? Looking at the scene of the black spiral long spear shattering, Lien Yulong was scared out of his wits. He never thought that Yi Qinfeng's attack power would be so terrible that he could shatter his weapon with his bare hands. Just when he was about to open his mouth and admit defeat, Yi Qinfeng's fist shattered the long spear and hit his chest with an unstoppable force, shattering the soul power defense he had gathered in his chest and sent him flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood in midair and smashed to the ground, bouncing out of the martial arena, and fainted. Silence, incomparable silence. Seeing Yi Qinfeng shatter the long spear with one punch and severely injure Lien Yulong, Everyone present was stunned. They stared blankly at Yi Qinfeng, and only the sound of breathing could be heard in the entire martial arena. It's him. He was the one who saved me that night. Qiao Jingyuan covered her mouth with both hands. After witnessing Yi Qinfeng's strength, coupled with that vague feeling from that night, she was basically sure that the person who saved her that night was Yi Qinfeng. Spiritual beast. Yi Qinfeng actually awakened his spiritual beast a second time. How did he do it? In the crowd, the tall and slender Yi Xiling was also stunned by the scene in front of her. Yi Qinfeng's second awakening of his spiritual beast at the age of 15 had definitely broken the norm. If the Yi family knew about Yi Qinfeng's transformation, they would definitely regret their decision that day. Yulong. Coming back to his senses, Lian Wansong roared loudly. Like an angry lion, he rushed down the stands and carried the unconscious Lian Yulong, whose chest had caved in. Little bastard, you're so heartless. You actually dared to kill Yulong. I'll kill you. Lian Wansong checked Lian Yulong's injuries and found that his sternum was completely shattered and his meridians were severely damaged. Even with the help of elixirs, it would be very difficult for him to return to his peak state. Thinking that the Lian family's future hope had been destroyed by Yi Qinfeng, Lian Wansong was filled with killing intent. A powerful, baleful aura emanated from his body and suppressed Yi Qinfeng. Patriarch Lian, this doesn't seem to be your Lian family, but White Emperor Academy. Also, it was your son who said that he would let me have 3 moves first. In order to win, I naturally had to do my best. Who would have thought that he would be so disappointing that he couldn't even withstand 3 moves? How disappointing. Yi Qinfeng stood in place like a steel spear, resisting the baleful aura released by Lian Wansong. Just now it was indeed Lian Yulong who had taken the initiative to let Yi Qinfeng have 3 moves first. But who would have thought that Yi Qinfeng would be so powerful and heavily injure Lian Yulong in just 3 moves? Looking at his son's miserable state, Lian Wansong couldn't swallow this anger. If he let this matter go, he would lose all face and become the laughingstock of White Emperor City. More importantly, Yi Qinfeng's strength and talent made him feel threatened. In order to eliminate this potential threat, Lian Wansong was filled with killing intent toward Yi Qinfeng. A pitch-black scorpion appeared on his body and locked onto Yi Qinfeng. Lian Wansong, what are you doing? Do you still know who you are? Just when Lian Wansong was about to take action, a thunderous voice resounded in his ears. The strongest person in White Emperor City, the pillar of the Bai family by Shishan, stood up and asked with a serious expression, "Old Bai, are you going to protect this kid?" Lian Wansong asked with an ugly expression. Qinfeng is this old man's savior. Since he is being bullied, this old man naturally has to stand up for him. Bai Shishan said in an overbearing manner, not giving Lian Wansong any face at all. Savior? How is that possible? Lian Wansong's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he just heard. Who was Bai Shishan? He was the strongest person in White Emperor City, a rank 5 beast illusion master. He couldn't imagine how Yi Qinfeng managed to save him from the clutches of death. Patriarch Lian, I see that Yulong's injuries are very serious. The most important thing right now is to treat him as soon as possible. Feeling the tense atmosphere, White Emperor Palace Master smiled bitterly. He had no choice but to stand up and mediate. Okay. I'll leave. With Bai Shishan's support, Lian Wansong didn't dare to take action. He gritted his teeth and left with the unconscious Lian Yulong in his arms. After Lian Wansong and the others left, Diwan Xian, who was waiting for a good show, didn't dare to stay any longer and left with his tail between his legs. All right, let the competition continue. White Emperor Martial House Master looked at the departing figures of Lian Wansong and the others and announced loudly from the stands. However, after witnessing Yi Qinfeng's terrifying battle strength, none of the participating students dared to challenge him. Bai Shishan revealed a faint smile as he looked appreciatively at Yi Qinfeng. It seems that Yi Qinfeng will be able to take first place in the year-end assessment. With his talent and strength, he should be able to make a name for himself even in the Sky Fire Martial House. With Qingfeng's strength, he deserves first place. Bai Xia looked at Yi Qinfeng, who had his hands behind his back and his back straight as he bathed in the sunlight. Her eyes revealed a trace of infatuation. It wasn't just Bai Xia who revealed an infatuated look. Yi Xiling and Qiao Jingyuan's eyes also revealed a strange look. However, Qiao Jingyuan's eyes revealed more regret. She regretted distancing herself from Yi Qinfeng when he fell from the altar, causing their relationship to break apart. Chapter 37. Qingfeng, congratulations on obtaining first place in the White Emperor Martial House's year-end assessment. Now, you will represent the White Emperor City in the Sky Flame Martial House's assessment. The White Emperor Martial House's master said cordially as he personally handed a token with a flame pattern engraved on it to Yi Qinfeng. Thank you, Martial House Master. Yi Qinfeng received the heavy token with both hands as he softly thanked the Martial House Master. Qingfeng, you've given us too much of a shock today. I never thought that a true dragon like you would be hidden in the White Emperor Martial House. Based on your performance today, becoming a student of the Sky Flame Martial House is a cinch. When you soar to the sky, don't forget about me, the Martial House Master. The White Emperor Martial House's master said with a smile. Although the White Emperor Martial House's master status was extraordinary, Yi Qinfeng's performance today was worthy of him lowering his status and befriending him. I won't forget. Yi Qinfeng nodded. Yi Qinfeng had obtained first place in the White Emperor Martial House's assessment, so he didn't stay long in the Martial House. Just as he was about to leave, Qiao Jingyuan suddenly caught up with him from the crowd. She looked at him with a complicated gaze and said softly, Yi Qinfeng, I want to talk to you alone. Can you accompany me for a walk? I'm sorry, Jingyuan. I have something to do and may not be able to accompany you. Yi Qinfeng could guess why Qiao Jingyuan was looking for him, but he didn't want to have too much to do with her, so he tactfully declined. Yi Qinfeng, I know that you were the one who saved me that night. If you agree to be with me, my Qiao clan is willing to be your strongest backing and help you enter the Sky Fire Martial House to further your studies. Seeing that Yi Qinfeng was about to leave, Qiao Jingyuan bit her lips and blocked his path as she promised. Jingyuan, you've got the wrong person. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, As for the Sky Flame Martial House, I'll rely on my own ability to enter. With that, Yi Qinfeng ignored the pale-faced Qiao Jingyuan and left without looking back. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's departing figure, Qiao Jingyuan bit her lips as two streams of tears uncontrollably flowed down her cheeks. She hated herself for being so short-sighted. If she hadn't chosen to distance herself from Yi Qinfeng when he was at his most isolated and helpless, perhaps today's outcome would have been different. Qingfeng, congratulations on obtaining the qualification to enter the Sky Flame Martial House. As Yi Qinfeng left the White Emperor Martial House under the awe-inspiring gazes of the crowd, a beautiful figure suddenly jumped in front of him and congratulated him with a smile. Xia, thank you and Grandpa Bai for your protection. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the qualifications to enter the Sky Flame Martial House so smoothly. Yi Qinfeng said softly as he looked at the tall and beautiful Bai Xia, who had two cute dimples on her cheeks when she smiled. Qingfeng, Ai's life was saved by you. If you're in trouble, I won't sit idly by. At this moment, Bai Shishan walked out of the White Emperor Martial House in high spirits and said in a deep voice, Qingfeng, my grandfather and father would like to invite you to their house for a meal. Do you have time? Bai Xia invited in a pleasant voice. I do. This time, Yi Qinfeng didn't refuse and happily agreed. Crystal lamb chop, almond Buddha hand, imperial bean cake, phoenix tail shark fin, in order to get closer to Yi Qinfeng, the Bai family had prepared a sumptuous lunch. Plates of fragrant and delicious food were placed on the table, greatly increasing one's appetite. Qinfeng, I have a question. May I ask if your medical skills have anything to do with the illusory sect? Bai Shishan, who was in a good mood, took a sip of the mellow white wine and asked. No, I learned my medical skills from my master. However, I'm not sure if my master is from the sect or not. Yi Qinfeng had already thought of an excuse and made up a fabricated master. Master? Bai Shishan raised his eyebrows and said, Qinfeng is your master in White Emperor City. I also don't know where my master is. When I was 13, he passed on his medical skills to me and left. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, Qinfeng, if I'm not wrong, your master most likely comes from a powerful sect. Only in a sect would there be such mysterious medical skills. Bai Shishan said with yearning. In his heart, he was a little envious of Yi Qinfeng's luck. In the evening, the White Emperor Martial House's year-end examination came to an end. The news of Yi Qinfeng severely injuring Lian Yulong in 3 moves spread like the wind in many martial houses, attracting the attention of many parties. As for the Yi family, one of the 3 great families of the imperial city, when they heard this news from Yi Xiling, they fell into a state of shock. I believe everyone knows about the news from Xiling. What do you all think of this matter? The head of the Yi family, Yi Qingchuan, was wearing a black robe with dark patterns. His face was as angular as a knife, and his eyes were deep and powerful. He sat on a richly ornamented wooden armchair and asked in a low voice, I really don't know what kind of dog's hit luck Yi Qinfeng had. He actually awakened his spiritual beast a second time and broke through to the 6th grade. Yi Tianming, who had insisted on expelling Yi Qinfeng from the Yi family, said with a gloomy face, It doesn't matter whether Yi Qinfeng had dog's hit luck or not. He has indeed awakened his spiritual beast. His terrifying talent has returned. Yi Qingchuan took a deep breath and said, Father, you can't be thinking of bringing Yi Qinfeng back, right? Yi Tianming asked with an ugly expression. If he brought Yi Qinfeng back, it would undoubtedly make him lose face. Tianming, I know what you are worried about, but do you think that your face or the future of the Yi family is more important? Yi Qingchuan asked with a solemn face. Father, I admit that I have underestimated Yi Qinfeng, but I don't believe that he who has turned over a new leaf can control the future of the Yi family. Yi Tianming said unconvinced. Tianming, who do you think among the younger generation of the Yi family is comparable to Jiang Yijuan and Ji Qingxue? And who can support the entire Yi family in 100 years? This, although the Yi family was one of the 3 major families in the kingdom of Zijin, the only genius in the younger generation of the Yi family was Yi Xiling. Regardless of talent or spiritual beast, Yi Xiling could not be compared to Jiang Yijuan and Ji Qingxue. After thinking about it, Yi Tianming had to admit that the Yi family really needed Yi Qinfeng, the top genius. Also, the current situation in the kingdom of Zijin is very chaotic. The battle between the first prince and the second prince for the throne has reached a white-hot stage. Our Yi family is the same as the Ji family. We have always been dependent on the second prince. But if the second prince fails in the battle for the throne, our Yi family will most likely be wiped out by the first prince. And if Yi Qinfeng returns to our Yi family and enters the Sky Fire Martial House to cultivate, the first prince will more or less have some scruples. Yi Qingchuan sighed softly and revealed the inside story. Father, although your idea is good, it won't be easy to eliminate Yi Qinfeng's hostility towards our Yi family and let him come back. Yi family's 3rd son, Yi Hai, said, That's right. Actually, this is our wishful thinking. In the end, the initiative is still in Yi Qinfeng's hands. If he is unwilling to come back, we really can't do anything. Yi Qingchuan said with a sigh. He regretted his decision to expel Yi Qinfeng from the Yi family. Chapter 38. The misty rain sprinkled on the emerald green bamboo leaves, like a young girl gently stroking the strings of a zither, relaxing one's mind. Yi Qinfeng bid farewell to Bai Xia and the others, riding the Fergana stallion that was gifted to him by the Bai family and worth tens of thousands of silvers. He hurried towards the center of the Zijin kingdom's power, the Zijin imperial city. After half a day of hurrying, he arrived outside the Zijin imperial city in the evening. Looking at the majestic imperial city gates that were dozens of meters tall, Yi Qinfeng couldn't help but recall his childhood. He thought of his foster father, Yi Xuanxiang, who had treated him like his own flesh and blood, but had mysteriously passed away. Foster father, wait until I enter the Sky Fire Marshal House. I will definitely use the power of the Marshal House to investigate the cause of your death. If you were really killed by someone, I swear I will personally kill the enemy and avenge you. Yi Qinfeng clenched his fists and secretly swore in his heart. Yi Qinfeng left the Fergana stallion at a relay station outside the city and put on the human skin mask that he had bought earlier. After disguising himself, he walked into the Zijin imperial city. The reason why Yi Qinfeng was so careful was because he was afraid that the Jiang family would discover his whereabouts and cause unnecessary trouble. Walking on the familiar streets, Yi Qinfeng first headed towards the largest shop in the Zijin imperial city, the Myriad Treasure House. He wanted to buy spirit pills that could replenish his blood and qi. If Yi Qinfeng could completely replenish his blood and qi before the Heavenly Fire Marshal House's entrance exam, he would be able to reach the level of a river of blood. Then, his physical strength would reach 10,000 jin. With a single punch, the explosive power would be enough to crush an ordinary soul skill. However, spirit pills that could replenish blood and qi were too rare, and the Myriad Treasure House did not have any in stock. Shopkeeper, where can I buy spirit pills that can replenish blood and qi? Yi Qinfeng asked the shopkeeper of the Myriad Treasure House. Spirit pills that can replenish blood and qi are too rare. In the past year, even the Imperial City's auction did not have any spirit pills for sale. The shopkeeper, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles and a white robe, said coldly. Yi Qinfeng took out a banknote worth 1,000 taels of silver and secretly stuffed it into the shopkeeper's hand as he said, "Shopkeeper, I really need a spirit medicine that can replenish my qi and blood. As long as you can provide a way to buy it, I will definitely reward you handsomely." "Right. Seeing that you're quite sensible, I'll reveal something to you." The shopkeeper stuffed the banknotes into his sleeve without leaving a trace and said, "A few days ago, the Ji family offered a generous reward for famous doctors from all over the country to treat Master Ji's illness. Among the rewards, there was a precious 1,000-year-old king, blood ginseng. 1,000-year blood ginseng king. Yi Qinfeng had once checked the ancient books and knew that the blood ginseng was definitely a panacea that could replenish one's qi and blood. The 1,000-year-old blood ginseng king was a top-quality panacea. If he could obtain that 1,000-year-old blood ginseng king, his strength would greatly increase. However, the Ji family head's injuries are very serious. Even the imperial doctors in the imperial city are helpless. So, whether or not you can get the Ji family's reward will depend on your ability," the shopkeeper said. "Thank you for telling me." After obtaining this important information, Yi Qinfeng did not stay for long. He got up and left the 10,000 treasure house. Ji family. Although Yi Qinfeng did not want to step into the Ji family and did not want to have anything to do with Ji Qingxue, he was determined to obtain the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng king. If he could obtain it, his strength would at least double. When he entered the Heavenly Fire Marshal House, he would be able to fight for more cultivation resources. The next morning, Yi Qinfeng walked under the morning sun towards the Ji family's old residence, located in the northwestern part of the imperial city. The Ji family is indeed worthy of being one of the 3 great families of the Zijin kingdom. The reward they issued actually attracted so many doctors. When Yi Chen-fong arrived at the Ji family's old residence, he discovered that there were many doctors gathered at the entrance. They were undergoing the Ji family's strict examination. Only by passing the examination would they have the qualifications to enter the Ji family's old residence and treat the Ji family head, Ji Enjin. As the Ji family's examination was very strict, almost 90% of the doctors were unable to pass the examination and were blocked outside the door. This caused them to be extremely dissatisfied. However, when they thought of the Ji family's high status in the Zijin kingdom, they could only complain and leave. "Sir, you must have seen the reward and are here to treat the Ji family head, right?" When it was Yi Chen-feng's turn, a white-haired old man with a gentle smile on his face looked at the immature Yi Chen-fong and asked, "Yes." Yi Chen-fong nodded. His face, which was covered by the human skin mask, was expressionless. "I'm sorry, the doctors that our Ji family recruits must have at least 30 years of medical experience. Looking at your age, I'm afraid you are not even 30 years old. Medical experience does not represent everything. Everything depends on one's strength. If you miss me, I'm afraid you will miss the last chance to save the Ji family head," Yi Chen-fong said calmly. His domineering words made the white-haired old man frown. "I'm sorry, we can't risk the family head's life. Please go back." After thinking for a while, the white-haired old man still rejected Yi Chen-fong and did not let him in. "If I remember correctly, the eldest daughter of the Ji family went to Bai Di City not long ago and wanted to invite back the godly doctor who treated the Bai family head. Seeing that the white-haired old man rejected him, Yi Chen-fong was not angry and said indifferently, "For the 1,000-year blood ginseng king, Yi Chen-fong had no choice but to expose his other identity. However, he had already convinced the Bai family to keep his identity a secret. He was not afraid that the Bai family would betray him." "Could it be that you are the godly doctor?" The white-haired old man raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Chen-fong in a different way. The white-haired old man had heard Ji Qing Shui mention that the godly doctor who treated Bai Shishan was very young. Moreover, not many people knew about this matter. He could basically guess Yi Chen-feng's identity. "I was the one who cured the Bai family head," Yi Chen-fong said indifferently. "My apologies, I was neglectful just now. I hope the godly doctor doesn't mind. May I know the godly doctor's surname?" "My surname is Chin." "Godly Dr. Chin, please come in." The white-haired old man bowed slightly and said apologetically. He personally led Yi Chen-fong into the ancient Ji family residence. Walking on the winding gravel road, Yi Chen-feng's sharp senses sensed that there were many experts hidden in the shadows of the Ji family residence. Among these experts, there were even powerful beast illusionists. Why is the Ji family residence so heavily guarded? Could it be that something big has happened? Yi Chen-fong sensed an unusual aura through the Ji family residence's security. Ji Qing Shui. Yi Chen-fong followed the white-haired old man through a sea of emerald green bamboos and arrived outside a luxurious hall. When Yi Chen-fong swept his gaze over the hall that was filled with cloud patterns, he saw Ji Qing Shui, who was wearing an emerald green silk dress. She had an elegant temperament and was extremely beautiful. At this moment, she was standing beside her father, Ji Yunyu. Her brows were tightly knitted as she thought about something. Yi Chen-fong shifted his gaze away from Ji Qing Shui and expressionlessly walked into the noisy hall. Chapter 39. Housekeeper Ji, who is this? Ji Yunyu looked at Yi Chen-fong, who exuded a childish aura and had no expression on his face, and asked, "Young master, this is Master Chin, the one that young miss mentioned before, the one who cured old master Bai," the white-haired old man introduced. "It's him." As soon as the white-haired old man finished speaking, Ji Qing Shui, who was deep in thought, suddenly raised her head and looked at Yi Chen-fong. When she carefully examined the disguised Yi Chen-fong, a familiar feeling arose in her heart, as if she knew him. "Sir, are you really the divine Dr. Chin, who cured old Master Bai?" Ji Yunyu was very clear about Bai Xishan's condition. Even Imperial physician Su, who was one of the top medical experts in the Imperial City, was helpless. However, this divine doctor only used a little more than an hour to expel the fire poison from Bai Xishan's body. It was enough to show that his medical skills had surpassed the standards of the Imperial physicians. However, Yi Qinfeng gave off a feeling that he was too young, so Ji Yunyu could not help but suspect his identity. He cast his gaze at Ji Qingxue. "It's me." Yi Qinfeng nodded. "Master Chen, have we met before?" Ji Qingxue looked at Yi Qinfeng with sparkling eyes and asked in a pleasant voice. Although Yi Qinfeng's face was unfamiliar, a woman's sixth sense told Ji Qingxue that she definitely knew him. "No." Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said in a cold voice, "I'm here to treat a patient, not to chat. If you don't believe me, I'll leave immediately." Hearing Yi Qinfeng's cold voice, Ji Qingxue's sense of déjà vu became even stronger. Why is his voice so similar to that person's? Thinking back to the mysterious young man who saved her and Bai Xia's lives that night, Ji Qingxue realized that the two of them, whether it was their tone of voice or their body shape, were very similar. Could it be that they are the same person? Did he disguise himself last time? As she thought about it, Ji Qingxue's heartbeat suddenly sped up. Her beautiful eyes stared at Yi Qinfeng, as if she wanted to see through him. What a temper! Anyone here can be your master. We haven't said anything yet, but you're already so impatient. An old man with an extremely high status in the medical world, who wore a dark golden doctor's robe, glared at Yi Qinfeng and scolded him loudly. "Then how confident are you in curing Patriarch Bai?" Yi Qinfeng asked indifferently when he saw the disdain in the eyes of the old man in golden robes. "What, are you very confident?" The dark, golden-robed elder sneered. "At least I'm more confident than you guys," Yi Qinfeng said confidently. "What an arrogant brat. I is a master. I was learned of you as not even I was you was you I was you. I you was I was I was I you was you was I you was not even was I was you. You was I was I use I. Age does not mean anything. Everything depends on strength. As for who you are, I am not interested in knowing," Yi Qinfeng said indifferently as he looked at the furious old man in dark, golden robes. "You. All right, both of you. Please give me some face and stop talking. Let's focus on how to treat my father's illness." Ji Yunyu frowned as he looked at the two who refused to back down. He had no choice but to mediate between them. The old man in the dark, golden robe was trembling with anger at Yi Qinfeng. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you insist on keeping him here, I will leave immediately." Yi Qinfeng was so angry that he was trembling all over. "Let me take a look at the patient," Yi Qinfeng said indifferently, ignoring the angry, dark golden-robed old man. "This." Ji Yunyu glanced at the furious old man in the dark, golden robes, then at the calm and collected Yi Qinfeng, who did not have any expression on his face. He began to worry. Although Yi Qinfeng exuded an extraordinary aura, the old man in the dark golden robe was the imperial physician of the imperial city. His medical skills were outstanding. Ji Yunyu did not dare to take the risk of keeping Yi Qinfeng here. "Father, let Master Qin try. I have confidence in him." Just as the situation was in a deadlock, Ji Qingxue bit her moist lips and said, "All right, I'll leave." Hearing that Ji Qingxue had chosen Yi Qinfeng, the old man in the dark golden robe was so angry that his face turned black. He flicked his sleeves and left. "Ah, Master Chen, please follow me." Seeing the old man in the dark golden robe leave in anger, Ji Yunyu gritted his teeth and helplessly brought Yi Qinfeng to the small courtyard where Ji Yanjing lived. What a strong smell of medicine! Walking into the small courtyard, Yi Qinfeng smelled the strong smell of medicine in the air. When he pushed open the door and walked into the house, he saw Ji Yanjing, who was soaked in a large tub of medicine. His body was thin and his face was ashen. "Yunyu, who is this?" Hearing the commotion, Ji Yanjung, who was soaking in the tub of medicine, slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Yi Qinfeng, who exuded a youthful aura, he asked, "Father, this is Master Chen who saved old Bai." Ji Yunyu introduced. However, in his heart, he didn't think highly of Yi Qinfeng. "I didn't expect Master Chen to be so young." Ji Yanjing smiled and said, "Age doesn't mean everything." Yi Qinfeng directly walked to the tub of medicine and ordered, "Give me your hand." Hearing Yi Qinfeng's commanding tone, Ji Yanjing was stunned. It had been a long time since someone spoke to him in such a tone. "Grandfather, believe in Master Qin. He will definitely cure you." Seeing that Ji Yanjing had not moved for a long time, Ji Qingxue said, "Who told you that I can definitely cure you? Maybe the more I treat you, the worse it will get." Yi Qinfeng said coldly. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's reprimand, Ji Qingxue immediately put on an aggrieved expression. She couldn't understand why he was so hostile towards her. "Haha, you're really interesting. Then I'll hand these old bones over to you." Ji Yanjing looked at the aggrieved Ji Qingxue and handed his slightly withered arm to Yi Qinfeng. Why are your injuries so serious? Almost all the flesh in your body is necrotic." When Yi Qinfeng took Ji Yanjing's pulse, he realized that his injuries were much more serious than he had imagined. The continuous recurrence of old injuries had almost destroyed all the flesh in his body and eroded his vitality. "Sai, it's a long story. I wonder if the divine doctor has a way to slow down my condition?" Ji Yanjing understood his body's condition very well. He didn't expect to recover completely. He only hoped that his condition could be slowed down and help the Ji family get through the most difficult period. It's not difficult to slow down your condition, but curing it might be a little troublesome. However, it's not impossible. Yi Qinfeng slowly said as he searched through his inherited memories. "Really, I really have hope of recovering completely." Hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, Ji Yanjing raised his brows. His turbid eyes shot out rays of light. "There's hope, but I need to think about it." Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, "Master Qin, if you can really cure my father, you will be my Ji family's eternal friend." Ji Yunyu said with slight excitement. Ji Yanjing was too important to the Ji family. If something happened to him, the Ji family would be annihilated. "I'm not interested in being your Ji family's eternal friend. I'm here for the reward." Yi Qinfeng said in a low voice, "Master Qin, as long as you can slow down my condition and prevent it from acting up in a short period of time, you can choose 2 treasures for my Ji family's reward. If you can cure me, I'll give you the reward." Ji Yanjing promised in front of everyone. "All right." Chapter 40. Stand aside and don't speak. If you disturb me and cause my acupuncture to fail, you will bear the consequences. Yi Qinfeng warned coldly after disinfecting the needles. "Don't worry, Master Qin. We won't disturb you." Ji Yunyu and Ji Qingxue said in unison. They took a few steps back and waited for Yi Qinfeng's treatment. "Phew, are you ready? I'm going to start the acupuncture." Yi Qinfeng adjusted his breathing and used his fingers to pick up a few needles. Using the heavenly profound needle, he smoothly inserted the needles that contained soul power into the acupuncture points on Ji Yanjing's body. In the next moment, a cold and hot energy appeared in Ji Yanjing's body. It penetrated deep into his flesh and bones, cleansing the remaining poison in his body and healing his old injuries. As the stimulation of his acupoints became more and more intense, Ji Yanjing felt that half of his body had fallen into a cold abyss and the other half had fallen into a furnace. Large amounts of sweat appeared on his forehead and his old body kept twitching. Although Yi Qinfeng's treatment was painful, the effect was very obvious. The poison in Ji Yanjing's body was expelled little by little, and the blocked meridians in his body became much smoother. However, Ji Yanjing's injuries were too severe. Purely relying on the heavenly profound needle was not enough to cure his illness. After releasing soul power to control the needles for a long time, Yi Qinfeng's soul power was severely depleted. His clothes were drenched in sweat, and he felt dizzy. Yi Qinfeng did not force himself and immediately withdrew the needles from Ji Yanjing's acupuncture points and stopped the treatment. Patriarch Ji, how are you feeling? Yi Qinfeng let out a mouthful of turbid air and looked at Ji Yanjing, who was slowly opening his eyes. Thank you for the trouble. I feel much better. Feeling the changes in his injuries, Ji Yanjing's heart was in turmoil. Grandfather, Master Chen's treatment is really effective. Ji Qingxue asked excitedly. Yes, it's very effective. There's hope for me to recover. Ji Yanjing nodded his head and said, I wonder which expert Master Chen is. He has such ability at such a young age. Today's treatment will end here. I will write down a prescription. You guys follow the prescription and brew it for family head Ji to drink. It will be more or less useful for his injuries. Yi Qinfeng did not answer Ji Yanjing's question. He grabbed the pen and paper on the table and started to write down the prescription. Beautiful words appeared on the paper one by one. The handwriting was natural and elegant, like flowing clouds and flowing water, smooth and freehand. Good calligraphy, really good calligraphy. Looking at the prescription Yi Qinfeng had written down, Ji Yunyo's eyes brightened. Regardless of the value of this prescription, just the words on it were worth a lot of money. All right, that's all for today. I'll take my leave first. I'll be back in 3 days. Yi Qinfeng, who looked a little tired, put away the silver needles and prepared to leave. Master Chen, do you have a place to stay in the Imperial City? If you don't, why don't you stay in my Ji family? After witnessing Yi Qinfeng's medical skills, Ji Yunyu enthusiastically urged him to stay. No need, I have a place to stay. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and refused. He turned around and walked out. All right then. Qingxue, send Master Chen off. Seeing Yi Qinfeng leave without hesitation, Ji Yanjing shook his head helplessly. He glanced at Ji Qingxue and said, Don't worry. And Ji Qingxue glanced at Yi Qinfeng's proud back. Thinking of his suspected identity, she quickly followed him. Feeling that Ji Qingxue was chasing after him, Yi Qinfeng did not slow down. It was as if he did not notice the fairy-like Ji Qingxue behind him. Master Chen, I have a question. Can you answer it for me? After catching up to Yi Qinfeng, Ji Qingxue looked at his cold and expressionless face. She lightly bit her lips and asked, What question? Is Master Chen the person who saved me and Xia in the Baiyun mountain range? Ji Qingxue asked expectantly. No, you must have mistaken me for someone else. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and coldly replied, All right, we're at the door. Miss Ji, please go back. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng ignored Ji Qingxue's resentful gaze and walked out of the Ji family's old residence, disappearing into the sea of people. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's departing figure, Ji Qingxue felt very wronged. After so many years, this was the first time she had been ignored. Moreover, from Yi Qinfeng's proud voice, she could hear a trace of hostility. She could not figure out how she had offended him to make him hate her so much. Could it be because of my engagement with Yi Qinfeng that caused him to misunderstand? After thinking about it, Ji Qingxue thought of a groundless reason. No matter what the reason is, I will definitely find out your identity and change your opinion of me. Ji Qingxue clenched her fists and secretly swore in her heart. After leaving the Ji family, the tired Yi Qinfeng felt that no one was following him. He found a deserted corner and took off his human skin mask. He was prepared to find an inn to stay in and prepare for the Sky Fire Marshal House's assessment. Serene Cloud Inn. The environment is not bad. I'll stay here for the time being. Yi Qinfeng walked to an inn with an elegant environment. It was situated in a garden, and he was very satisfied with the environment. This inn has been booked by my Shen Tu family clan. Quickly leave and do not disturb the young master and young mistress rest." Just as Yi Qinfeng walked into the inn, a tall and beautiful woman wearing a white lotus root Chi Pao blocked his path and coldly said. She had an arrogant look on her face. "The Shen Tu family clan is so overbearing." Yi Qinfeng had a good understanding of the Shen Tu family clan. He knew that they were one of the ancient martial arts clans around the Zijin kingdom. Their family's heritage far exceeded the Zijin kingdom's 3 great clans. Their arrival at the Sky Fire Martial House's assessment in 3 days was probably the same as him. "How dare you? What kind of dog are you? My Shen Tu family clan is not something you can comment on. Quickly apologize to me." Just as Yi Qinfeng turned around to leave, a furious roar rang out. A woman wearing a bright red silk dress that revealed her fair and slender legs and an unruly expression on her delicate face glared at Yi Qinfeng as she shouted loudly, "What are you doing?" "Apologize? Why should I apologize?" Yi Qinfeng calmly glanced at the arrogant and insufferably arrogant young woman and asked. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's disdainful gaze, the young woman who had never been ignored by anyone was furious. She ordered loudly, "If you dare to speak to me in such a tone, I'll break your dog legs." The young woman was completely enraged. A lifelike snow fox appeared from her body. Her slender legs suddenly exerted strength, and she jumped high up from the wooden stairs. With a swift and fierce kick, she kicked towards Yi Qinfeng. Hearing the whistling sound of the wind in front of him, Yi Qinfeng turned around abruptly. Rolling power surged into his right fist. With one punch, he smashed apart the fierce wind coming from the kick, sending the young woman who was kicking towards him flying with a punch. Rumble! A series of shattering noises sounded. A few tables were smashed by the young woman, who lost control. She fell heavily to the ground and did not get up for a long time. Chapter 41. The Heavenly Fire Martial House was the highest-ranked martial house in the Zijin Kingdom. It had a history of nearly 1,000 years. However, the Heavenly Fire Martial House did not belong to the Zijin Kingdom. It was established by the third-grade sect, the Heavenly Fire Sect. It was located in the east of the Zijin Kingdom, deep within the Purple Cloud Mountains. It could be said that the Heavenly Fire Martial House was the place that the Zijin Kingdom and the surrounding ancient martial clans yearned for the most. However, the Heavenly Fire Martial House's examination was extremely harsh. Unless one was a genius among geniuses or a monster among monsters, it would be very difficult to pass the examination and enter the Heavenly Fire Martial House to cultivate. However, once one entered the Heavenly Fire Martial House, one would be able to learn a multitude of inheritances. Breaking through to the Earth Beast General Realm was no longer a dream. More importantly, the Heavenly Fire Martial House was the bridge to the Heavenly Fire Sect. If one was lucky enough to enter the Heavenly Fire Sect, they would have the opportunity to glimpse the legendary realm. Their status would be even more respected than the emperor of a kingdom. After 3 days of rest, Yi Qinfeng rented a small courtyard and adjusted his body to its peak state. He walked to the examination site outside the Purple Cloud Mountains to participate in the examination. Walking to the foot of the Purple Cloud Mountains, Yi Qinfeng saw a simple and majestic hall standing at the foot of the mountain. In the middle of the hall, there was a huge signboard. On the signboard, there were 3 words written in flamboyant calligraphy: Ascending Immortal Hall. Ascending Immortal Hall. Once you enter the hall, you will ascend to immortality. What a bold name! When Yi Qinfeng saw the words Immortal Ascension Hall, he immediately felt a majestic aura rush towards him. Just as he was feeling the ancient aura of the Ascending Immortal Hall, a familiar voice suddenly entered his ears. "Yi Qinfeng, why are you here?" Hearing the voice, Yi Qinfeng slowly turned around. He saw Ji Qingxue, who was wearing a dark green silk dress. Her skin was as smooth as milk and her entire body was emitting a fatal charm. She was accompanied by an expert from the Ji family. Because Ji Yan's old injury had relapsed, the Ji family was in a mess. Ji Qingxue did not know that Yi Qinfeng had obtained the first place in the White Emperor Martial House. Why? You can come, but I can't? Yi Qinfeng saw the disgust and surprise hidden in Ji Qingxue's eyes, but he didn't care. After that, Yi Qinfeng no longer paid any attention to Ji Qingxue. Instead, he took out the token that symbolized his identity from his bosom. Then he passed through the examination of an old man who was guarding the entrance. Then he smoothly entered the Ascension Immortal Hall. How is that possible? He actually has a test medallion. Isn't he a piece of trash? Did he awaken his spiritual beast? When Ji Qingxue saw Yi Qinfeng walk into the Immortal Ascension Hall, she was even more surprised. She couldn't believe that Yi Qinfeng had awakened his spiritual beast a second time at the age of 15. However, she did not doubt that Yi Qinfeng, Master Chen, and the cold and arrogant man who saved her life and touched her heart were the same person. In her opinion, Yi Qinfeng definitely did not have that kind of strength and ability. Walking into the Ascending Immortal Hall, Yi Qinfeng saw that there were many luxuriously dressed young people standing in the hall. They were either rich or respectable. Judging from the aura that they inadvertently released, these people were definitely not ordinary people. They were all first-class geniuses. Third brother, it's him. He was the one who insulted my Shen Tu family clan and injured me for no reason. Just as Yi Qinfeng was looking around the ancient Ascending Immortal Hall and observing his competitors, an angry scream rang out. A tall, slender, and rather beautiful young woman pointed at him angrily. She wanted nothing more than to cut him into pieces. And this woman was none other than the unruly woman from the Shen Tu family clan who was sent flying by Yi Qinfeng's punch 3 days ago. I've finally found you. Kid, you sure have guts. You even dare to bully my sister. I think you must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. Beside the unruly girl, a young man with a tall and straight figure, who was wearing luxurious clothes, blocked Yi Qinfeng's path and spoke fiercely. His eyes revealed a trace of fierceness. Why? Do you want to avenge your sister? But this is not your Shen Tu family clan's territory. If you make a move here, you have to think about the consequences. Yi Qinfeng knew that even if he spoke until his mouth cracked, the man would not believe him. Hence, he could not be bothered to explain, and warned him coldly. The conflict between Yi Qinfeng and the Shen Tu family clan's brother and sister had attracted a lot of attention. Seeing the two of them go head-to-head, Ji Qingxue shook her head and the disgust in her eyes intensified. You, thinking of the Skyfire Martial House's rules, which forbade private fights during the examination period, the finely dressed man did not dare to make a move. He gritted his teeth and swallowed his anger. Like a hungry wolf, he stared at Yi Qinfeng and said, Brat, just you wait. When the Skyfire Martial House's examination is over, I will not forgive you. Why? Do you want to challenge me to a battle? Hearing the man's threat, Yi Qinfeng was not afraid and deliberately asked loudly, That's right. I challenge you to a battle. Do you dare to accept? The man raised his eyebrows and revealed a look of surprise as he asked loudly. As a top genius of the Shen Tu family clan, he did not put the Zijin Kingdom's geniuses in his eyes, much less Yi Qinfeng. All right, after the Skyfire Martial House's assessment is over, I will challenge you. But should we bet on something? Yi Qinfeng revealed a faint smile as he asked, What do you want to bet? Shen Tu Ye's eyes flashed with an ominous glint as he asked, Let's bet on the Skyfire Martial House's assessment reward. If someone does not get the reward, then we will give them 1 million taels of silver as compensation. Yi Qinfeng said, It seems that you are very confident in this assessment, but as you wish, I will bet with you. Shen Tu agreed. I hope that you will not break your promise when the time comes. Otherwise, I will definitely make you regret it. After finishing his words, Yi Chen Feng ignored the ugly expression on the man's face and walked away alone. Damn it, I don't care who you are. When the Sky Fire Marshal House's assessment is over, I will definitely break your dog legs and make you lie on the ground like a dog begging me to let you go. The man stared at Yi Chen Feng's back as he gritted his teeth and swore. Shan Tuyi, I find that you are really regressing. You are really an embarrassment to our ancient martial arts family. Just as the luxuriously dressed man swore to himself, a burly middle-aged man with long black hair draped over his shoulders, giving off a wanton and unrestrained feeling, walked to his side and coldly mocked him. Hearing the mocking words, Shen Tuye's anger was ignited. However, when he saw the person who walked over, he immediately felt the pressure from his body and the anger on his face disappeared. Shang Guanping, you have broken through. That's right. Not long ago, I broke through to become a level 2 beast illusionist. Shang Guanping nodded his head. His face was filled with arrogance as he said, First place in the Sky Fire Marshal House's assessment is mine. You have no chance. After finishing his words, the arrogant Shang Guanping laughed loudly and turned to leave. Chapter 42. After about 10 minutes, a white-robed old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion walked out from the inner hall. He stood on top of the stairs and said in a deep voice, I am one of the examiners for this assessment. You can call me Elder Lu. So strong, this Elder Lu is so strong. When Yi Chen Feng saw Elder Lu, he was immediately shocked by his strength. He felt that Elder Lu was definitely the strongest person he had ever seen. Next, I will announce the contents of the Sky Fire Marshal House's assessment. This assessment is divided into 3 parts: strength test, puppet test, and crossing the Purple Cloud mountain range. Only those who pass all 3 will be qualified to become a disciple of the Sky Fire Marshal House. After the assessment, we will choose the top 10 based on the results of the 3 rounds and reward them. The reward for the first place is a 9th grade 9 Chew Spirit Pill. The second place is an 8th grade Earth Spirit Pill. The third place is an 8th grade White Jade Sun Pill. The 4th to 10th place are low-grade Spirit Crystals. Hearing the assessment rewards, the eyes of the proud geniuses lit up as they became excited. After all, 8th grade and 9th grade pills were rare in the ancient martial families. Especially the 9 Chew Spirit Pill, it was a legendary pill. If they could obtain it, they could at least break through 1 level in a short period of time. Even if they couldn't obtain the 9 Chew Spirit Pill, the Earth Spirit Pill and the White Jade Sun Pill were equally attractive to them. They were filled with fighting spirit and couldn't wait to participate in the assessment. Idiots, a bunch of idiots. The 9 Chew Spirit Pill is something you want to get your hands on. The tall and sturdy Shangguan Peng with a face full of arrogance revealed a trace of ridicule. In his opinion, the 9 Chew Spirit Pill was prepared for him. No one had the strength to compete with him. Although Shan Tui didn't expect to obtain the 9 Chew Spirit Pill, he was very interested in the Earth Spirit Pill and the White Jade Sun Pill. If he could obtain either of these 2 8th grade pills, he was confident that he could break through to a 2nd grade beast illusionist in a short period of time. At that time, he wouldn't need to fear Shangguan Peng and could enter the Sky Fire Marshal House to fight for more cultivation resources. As expected of the Sky Fire Marshal House. What a big deal. In Yi Chen Feng's inherited memories, there was an introduction to these 2 medicinal pills. He knew that they were extremely difficult to refine, especially the 9 Chew Spirit Pill, which was refined using 108 kinds of spiritual items of heaven and earth. It was priceless. However, he knew very well that it was very difficult to win first place. If he wanted to win first place, he had to quickly replenish the qi and blood in his body and increase his strength. It seems that I have to get the 1,000-year blood ginseng king as soon as possible. Otherwise, I might miss out on the top 3 prizes. All right, everyone quiet down. We will now begin the strength test. Everyone follow me to the strength testing stone tablet. As he spoke, Elder Lu led Yi Qinfeng and the others into the magnificent Immortal Ascension Hall. They saw a pitch-black stone tablet that was nearly 10 meters tall standing on the ground. This stone tablet is the Strength Measuring Stone Tablet. When the test begins, all of you will use all your strength to attack the stone tablet. As long as your strength reaches over 500 kilograms, you will pass. Remember, each of you will only have 3 chances. If you fail all 3 times, you will be eliminated. Elder Lu stood under the huge strength measuring stone tablet and announced loudly, "All right, all of you get ready. I will start reading out the names. The disciples whose names are called will take the test." Feng Xiaoxiao. Hearing Elder Lu call out her name, a beautiful girl in her 20s with snow-white skin and picturesque features walked out from the crowd and came to the strength measuring stone tablet. As she took a deep breath, the soul power in her mind gushed out. A strong and powerful steed that emitted a blue light emerged from her body. Three-eyed steed. Yi Qinfeng glanced at Feng Xiaoxiao's spiritual beast and was slightly surprised. He thought to himself, as expected of a genius from an ancient martial family, she has already broken through to a Class 1 beast illusionist at such a young age. She even has a mutated spiritual beast. In the same rank, a mutated spiritual beast was more terrifying. However, mutated spiritual beasts were extremely rare and were rare even in the Sky Fire Martial House. After fusing with her mutated spiritual beast, the three-eyed steed, Feng Xiaoxiao's body suddenly leaned forward. Rolling blue soul power gathered in her right fist, and she punched the strength measuring stone tablet. In the next moment, the pitch-black strength measuring stone tablet emitted a white light that quickly rose up the stone tablet. Finally, Feng Xiaoxiao's result was announced. Her punch had a force of 2,150 kilograms, which convinced many people. Pass. Next. Elder Lu was satisfied with Feng Xiaoxiao's result. He nodded and continued to call out names for the strength measuring stone tablet. Although the Sky Fire Martial House limited the number of people to take the test every year, a mere 50 people, it was inevitable that the strength of these 50 people would be uneven. In addition, many people were nervous and couldn't perform at their best, resulting in unsatisfactory results. After Feng Xiaoxiao, only 2 of the 5 disciples successfully passed the test. The remaining 3 were eliminated and regretfully lost the right to take the test. Ji Qingxue. Just as Yi Qinfeng and the rest were waiting patiently, Elder Lu called out Ji Qingxue's name. Ji Qingxue, the number 1 beauty of the violet gold imperial city. She is indeed very beautiful. I wonder how it feels to press her down. When Shangguan Peng saw the tall and beautiful Ji Qingxue, his eyes immediately emitted a fiery light as evil thoughts arose in his heart. Screech! A screech sounded from Ji Qingxue's body. She fused with her spiritual beast, the ice bird, and punched the pitch-black strength measuring stone tablet. In the next moment, the light emitted by the strength measuring stone tablet became stronger and stronger. In the end, Ji Qingxue's result was announced. 1,800 kilograms of strength. Her strength far surpassed that of a Class 6 spirit beast. Ji Qingxue's growth is indeed very fast. She is not far from breaking through to a Class 1 beast illusionist. When Yi Qinfeng saw Ji Qingxue's result, he muttered in his heart. After Ji Qingxue, Shangguan Peng, Shen Tuyi, and the unruly girl who had a conflict with Yi Qinfeng, Shen Tubing, took the stage one after another. Among them, the powerful Class 2 beast illusionist Shangguan Peng even managed to produce a result of 1,800 kilograms of strength with a single punch, shocking everyone present. Although Shin Tu-Ye's result wasn't as stunning as Shangguan Peng's, his result surpassed Feng Xiaoxiao, who was the first to take the stage. He had reached 2,500 kilograms of strength and was ranked second among all the results. Seeing his own result, Shen Tuyi revealed a satisfied smile. He deliberately cast a provocative look at Yi Qinfeng, wanting to see a look of reverence in his eyes. However, Yi Qinfeng ignored his provocation. He was constantly thinking about the pros and cons of revealing his physical strength. Yi Qinfeng. Just when Yi Qinfeng was deep in thought, Elder Lu finally called his name and pulled him back from his thoughts. It's finally my turn. Yi Qinfeng raised his head slightly and glanced at the strength measuring stone tablet that was more than 10 meters tall. He walked over with his usual steps. For the 9 Chu spirit pill, he decided to reveal his strongest physical strength. As for the consequences of revealing his trump card, he had already thrown them to the back of his mind. Strength itself was a kind of arrogance. Weakness itself was a kind of mistake. Chapter 43. Brat, don't get eliminated so early. That would be too boring. Shen Tuyi, who was firmly in second place after hitting 2,500 kilograms of force, let out a mocking smile. He purposely lowered his voice into a thin line and transmitted it into Yi Qinfeng's ears. Shen Tuyi's provocation did not affect Yi Qinfeng at all. He calmly stood under the stone tablet and silently adjusted his breathing and gathered his strength. What a powerful force. Elder Lu's eyes were cloudy when he suddenly felt a powerful force surging out from Yi Qinfeng's body, causing the air around him to violently churn. Elder Lu's eyes immediately lit up. Yi Qinfeng roared as all the muscles in his body suddenly tightened. Surging strength surged into his right fist like a surging tide. As he took a step forward, his entire body leapt out like a leopard. Borrowing the powerful impact, he compressed his strength to the extreme and hit the stone tablet with his fist. Boom! The stone tablet shook slightly. A blinding white light was released from the pitch-black stone tablet. The light was so strong that it was hard for people to open their eyes. After about 10 breaths of time, the white light from the stone tablet gradually disappeared. Yi Qinfeng's result was fixed at 5,800 kilograms of force. What? 5,800 kilograms of force? My eyes aren't blind, right? Am I seeing things? Heavens, without using soul power, he hit 5,800 kilograms of force with just his physical strength. Is this guy a humanoid monster? Seeing Yi Qinfeng's result, everyone, including Elder Lu, was stunned. They could not believe what they were seeing. How is this possible? How can his physical strength be so terrifying? Who is this guy? Seeing Yi Qinfeng's result, the smile on Shen Tuyi's face instantly froze. For the first time, he was worried about his bet with Yi Qinfeng. Yi Qinfeng, did you overdraft your physical strength again? If this goes on, you'll be destroyed by yourself sooner or later. Ji Qingxue, who was in the crowd, did not have much shock on her face. In her opinion, Yi Qinfeng must have overdrawn his physical body to be able to achieve such a stunning result. Shang Guanping, it seems that you won't be able to obtain first place so easily. Feng Xiaoxiao, who was tall and graceful, walked to Shang Guanping's side and said softly. She had an ugly expression on her face. It's just a bit of brute force. In a real fight, how much can brute force do? Everything still depends on strength. Shang Guanping coldly snorted and said arrogantly. However, there was a trace of sternness in his eyes. Obviously, Yi Qinfeng's result made him very unhappy. Good, very good. Next. Elder Lu was very satisfied with Yi Qinfeng's results. Without using his soul power, he was able to achieve such an astonishing result. It was enough to show that his talent was extraordinary. He was a genius that the Sky Fire Marshal House needed. The strength assessment lasted for almost an entire morning before it ended. After the morning assessment, of the 50 genius disciples from the Zijin Kingdom and the surrounding ancient martial clans, only 28 passed the strength assessment. 22 were eliminated. All right. The disciples who passed the strength assessment follow me to the dining hall to eat. The eliminated disciples are to leave the Ascension Hall immediately and are not allowed to stay. Elder Lu coldly ordered, not giving them any face. Looking at the 22 disciples whose faces were flushed red with unwillingness, Elder Lu led the 28 people who passed the assessment into the Ascension Hall's dining hall to eat and rest. After eating the Sky Fire Marshal House's special meal, Yi Chin Fong and the rest swept away their fatigue and followed Elder Lu to the interior of the Ascension Hall. There was a tall and simple stone room that emitted an austere aura, a ray pattern. After entering the stone room, Yi Chin Feng's pupils shrank. He unexpectedly discovered that in the center of the stone room, there were a large number of complex array patterns that formed a trapping array. He had seen this level of array pattern in the God-Eater Brain's inherited memories. It was only a basic array pattern, but when combined together, its power was not small. Behind the array pattern was an iron house made of black profound iron. Although the iron house's door was tightly shut, Yi Chin Feng's keen perception could still see through the iron door. He could feel a ruthless and savage aura coming from the iron house. This is the second round of assessment, the Puppet Beast Prison. As long as you can defeat the puppet, you will pass. The loser will be eliminated. However, our Sky Fire Marshal House only accepts geniuses among geniuses. Therefore, you will face a puppet that is one realm higher than you. In other words, a rank 6 Spirit Beast Master will face a rank 1 Beast Illusion Master Puppet Test. A rank 1 Beast Illusion Master will face a rank 2 Beast Illusion Master Puppet Test. Elder Lu explained in detail the rules of the puppet test. Fighting above one's rank. After knowing the rules of the puppet assessment, many disciples who passed the first round by luck had an ugly expression on their faces. Their hearts were filled with apprehension. Puppets were different from soul cultivators. Their physical defense was extremely terrifying. More importantly, they did not know pain and only knew how to kill. Their combat strength was definitely the most terrifying among those of the same rank. Trash, a bunch of trash. The powerful Shang Guanping took in everyone's expressions. His eyes were filled with contempt. However, when he glanced at Yi Chin Feng's face, he realized that Yi Chin Feng was calm and unaffected. I want to see how strong your combat strength is. Shang Guanping's eyes shone with an ominous glint as he muttered in his heart. All right, everyone get ready. When I call your name, go to the weapon rack and choose your weapon. Then, enter the array for the assessment. Elder Lu said in a deep voice, Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian was the son of the Zijin Kingdom's great general, Zhang Yin. He had some fame in the Zijin imperial city. At the age of 21, he had broken through to the 6th grade spirit beast realm. His talent was only slightly inferior to Ji Qingshue's. In the first round, he had hit 1500 Jin and was ranked 11th. Zhang Xian calmly walked out and selected a long spear made of rebar steel from the weapon rack. He then walked into the array that was covered with array patterns. Release the Black Wolf puppet. Following Elder Lu's order, the defensive runes were activated. A Black Wolf puppet walked out of the cage. It was over 5 meters long, and half of its head was covered in scales. It had reached the level of a level 1 beast illusionist. Its body emitted a ferocious, tyrannical, and bloodthirsty aura that made people tremble in fear. Ayo! The Black Wolf puppet opened its bloody eyes and looked at Zhang Xian, who was not far away. Suddenly, it launched an attack at him. With a swift speed, it drew a black shadow in its original position and bit at his neck. Zhang Xian did not expect the Black Wolf puppet's attack to be so fast. He fused with his spiritual beast to increase his soul power while dodging the attack. However, under the impact of the Black Wolf puppet's violent aura, his dodging speed was affected to a certain extent. His back was slashed by the Black Wolf puppet's sharp claws, and a large amount of blood flowed out of his wounds. The body of a spirit beast was weak. With Zhang Xian's body injured, his attack power was greatly reduced. His attacks were completely suppressed by the Black Wolf puppet. coupled with the fact that the Black Wolf puppet's defense was amazing. His attacks could not break through the Black Wolf puppet's defense. Chapter 44. Zhang Xian actually admitted defeat. This puppet test is simply too difficult. Looking at Zhang Xian, who had barely escaped death from the jaws of the Black Wolf puppet, covered in blood, and on the verge of death, many people felt uneasy. Next, Su Ping. Elder Lu ordered his men to carry the heavily injured Zhang Xian away for treatment and said loudly, "I admit defeat. I don't want to take the assessment." Su Ping was a charming girl in her early 20s. She was inferior to Zhang Xian in terms of strength and talent. Therefore, when she saw Zhang Xian's fate, she was so scared that her face turned pale and she admitted defeat on the spot. Su Ping's surrender made Elder Lu frown slightly. He continued to shout, "Next, Shin Tui. Thoid brother, do your best." Shen Tubing clenched her fists and cheered for Shin Tui. Shen Tui did not disappoint. He held a sharp saber in his hand and used only half an hour to shatter the puppet that was one level higher than him. He passed the assessment. After shattering the puppet, Shen Tui's face revealed a trace of arrogance. However, this time he did not provoke Yi Qinfeng. Clearly, Yi Qinfeng's results in the first round had intimidated him. Very good. Next, Feng Xiao Xiao. After Shin Tui, Feng Xiao Xiao, Shin Tubing, Ji Qingxue, and the others defeated the puppet and passed the second round. However, the time they took to defeat the puppet was far less than Shin Tui's. Among them, Ji Qingxue fought bitterly for half an hour. In the end, she relied on her spirit beast's ability to restrain the puppet's attributes to pass the second round. Ji Qingxue and the others passed the assessment in thrilling fashion. However, even more people were eliminated and lost the qualification to enter the Sky Fire Marshal House. Shangguan Peng. Elder Lu glanced at the remaining 9 disciples and pointed out Shangguan Peng, who had the highest cultivation level among them. The weapon Shangguan Peng chose was a huge axe that weighed 150 kilograms. Coupled with his strong and burly body, it was extremely powerful. Ao. As Shang Guanping stood proudly in the middle of the ruins, a bear puppet flew out of the cage. It opened its bloody maw and attacked Shang Guanping with a powerful force. Although the violent bear puppet was extremely terrifying, and its explosive power was enough to crush many of the geniuses present, Shangguan Peng, who had been tempered by life and death situations, had long possessed the ability to fight above his level. As a large bird emitting green light appeared on Shang Guanping's body, his soul power erupted like a volcanic eruption. Gale slash! Shangguan Peng roared, and a huge axe shining with fire fell from the sky, carrying with it the power to destroy everything. It ruthlessly chopped the bear puppet's body, directly splitting a deep gash in its chest, and its huge body flew backwards. Strong, too strong. With the strength that Shangguan Peng displayed, I'm afraid that he has the ability to fight someone 2 levels above him. Seeing the power of Shangguan Peng's axe, almost everyone was shocked and did not speak for a long time. At this moment, Shen Tui had to admit that Shangguan Peng was much, much stronger than him. Unless he increased his cultivation level, he wouldn't have the courage to challenge Shangguan Peng. Shangguan Peng used his soul skill, Ardent Gale Slash, to severely injure the violent bear puppet. Shangguan Peng took advantage of the opportunity to pursue and attack. As his feet slid, his burly body flashed behind the violent bear puppet at an extremely fast speed. What a fast speed! Yi Qinfeng originally thought that Shangguan Peng was only terrifying in terms of pure attack power, but he didn't expect that his movement speed was equally astonishing. Go to hell! Without waiting for the violent bear puppet to come back to its senses, Shangguan Peng waved his heavy axe and ruthlessly chopped the violent bear puppet's head, directly chopping it off and ending the battle. This Shangguan Hong should be my biggest competitor. After seeing Shangguan Hong's terrifying strength, Yi Qinfeng felt immense pressure. He had to admit that the current him was definitely not Shangguan Hong's match. Yi Qinfeng. Just as Yi Qinfeng was marveling at Shangguan Hong's strength, Elder Lu called out his name. Yi Qinfeng, let me see how strong your fighting strength is. I hope that you won't disappoint me. When Shangguan Hong saw that Yi Qinfeng had come on stage after him, he revealed a proud smile. He suppressed his voice and transmitted it into Yi Qinfeng's ears. I won't disappoint you. After saying that, Yi Qinfeng didn't choose any weapon. He walked straight to the array pattern and slowly closed his eyes, beginning to control the array pattern beneath his feet. In just 3 breaths, Yi Qinfeng combined the inherited memories in his mind and fused them with the array pattern beneath his feet, controlling the large array that was formed from the array pattern. If Elder Lu and the others were to know that Yi Qinfeng only used 3 breaths to control the array pattern that they painstakingly inscribed, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Yi Qinfeng, aren't you going to choose a weapon? Although you are quite strong, you will be at a disadvantage if you take the puppet test barehanded. As Yi Qinfeng had great potential, Elder Lu specially reminded him out of goodwill. Thank you for your concern, Elder Lu. However, I am confident that I can pass the puppet test barehanded. Yi Qinfeng smiled and said in a manner that was neither arrogant nor humble. Humph. Overestimating yourself and seeking your own death. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's confident appearance, Shin Tu-Yi was very unhappy. He definitely didn't believe that Yi Qinfeng could defeat a rank 1 beast illusion master puppet barehanded. All right then, release the puppet. Moo. When the beast cage opened, a barbarian bull puppet with stone-like skin, 2 horns that were sharper than blades, and 4 thick and powerful limbs rushed out with blood-red eyes. Barbarian bull, Yi Qinfeng's puppet for the test, is actually a barbarian bull. Looks like even the heavens want to destroy him. Barbarian bulls were definitely the strongest beasts of the same level. There were almost no weaknesses on their bodies. Once a barbarian bull activated its berserk skill, its attack power would instantly increase by several folds, enough to kill enemies of a higher level. If Yi Qinfeng had chosen a weapon at the beginning, coupled with his divine power, he would have had a chance to kill the barbarian bull. But unfortunately, Yi Qinfeng didn't choose any weapon. At this moment, almost no one was optimistic about him. There were even a lot of people who were jealous of him, who were rejoicing in his misfortune. Yi Qinfeng, when will you become more mature? What good will acting tough do for you? Ji Qingxue shook her head, feeling that his irrational choice was ridiculous. Seeing the approaching barbarian bull emitting a berserk aura, Yi Qinfeng seemed to have been scared silly. He stood there motionless. Scared silly, this Yi Qinfeng is actually scared silly. Looking at the motionless and unresponsive Yi Qinfeng, many people started to ridicule him. They didn't care about his life or death at all. Seeing that the barbarian bull's sharp horns were about to pierce Yi Qinfeng's body, Yi Qinfeng's half-closed eyes suddenly shot out rays of light as he took a step forward. And this step directly changed the power of the runes. Like chains, the runes bound the barbarian bull's 4 limbs, causing it to temporarily lose its ability to move. In the next moment, Yi Qinfeng fused with the soul power of the blood egg and borrowed a small portion of the rune's power to punch out with a force of more than 10,000 jin. The terrifying fist brought along an incomparable pressure as it slid through the air. Wherever it passed, the air would explode and the air would surge. Boom! Chapter 45. Silence. Incomparable silence. Witnessing Yi Qinfeng's stunning punch, everyone present was stunned. Everyone's eyes slowly turned from disdain and ridicule to surprise and surprise. In the end, everyone present was stunned. Impossible, this can't be real. How can he have such abnormal power? Is this guy not human? Witnessing the power of Yi Qinfeng's punch, Shen Tu-Yi broke out in a cold sweat. He regretted provoking Yi Qinfeng even more. Good, very good. Yi Qinfeng, your performance is very good. As Yi Qinfeng completed the fusion of the formation pattern power in an instant, Elder Lu did not notice the changes in the formation pattern. Looking at his stunning performance, Elder Lu's love for talent was aroused. Yi Qinfeng, you are indeed a good opponent. However, the Juku spirit pill must be mine. I will not let go of anyone who wants to touch it. Shangguan Peng's eyes flickered with an ominous glint as he muttered in his heart. His performance just now was very outstanding, but Yi Qinfeng's performance was even more outstanding and stunning than his. The limelight completely overshadowed him, which made him feel threatened. Next, Tanhua. About half an hour later, the afternoon assessment was over. After the second round of puppet assessment, only 10 of the 28 disciples were left. 18 of them were eliminated. Among them, Zhang Xian and a few others were seriously injured. They would not be able to recover without 10 days to half a month. All right, today's assessment is over. The final assessment will be held at 8:00 tomorrow morning. Remember, don't be late. Otherwise, you will lose the qualification to take the assessment, Elder Lu instructed solemnly. Yes, Elder Lu. Yi Qinfeng and the other 10 people said in unison and left the Immortal Ascension Hall one after another. Shangguan Peng, I think you should not be willing to be suppressed by Yi Qinfeng and lose the Juku spirit pill, right? Looking at Yi Qinfeng's departing back, Shen Tuyi walked to Shangguan Peng's side with a gloomy face and deliberately provoked him. What do you want to say? Shangguan Peng, whose eyes flickered, asked in a low voice. I want to use tomorrow's rules to get rid of that brat. There were many geniuses from the Shen Tu family clan in the Sky Fire Marshal House. So Shen Tu-yi was familiar with the rules of tomorrow's assessment. In order to avoid being trampled by Yi Qinfeng, he was prepared to make his move early. What's the matter? Are you familiar with one of the Sky Fire Marshal House disciples who will intercept us tomorrow? Shangguan Peng's eyebrows twitched as he asked in surprise. Shangguan Peng, I won't hide it from you. This time, the team leader in charge of intercepting us in the Purple Cloud mountain range is called Shin Tu Shui. He's my cousin, a level 3 beast illusion master expert. As long as he's willing to cooperate with us, with our strength, we'll definitely be able to keep that brat's life in the Purple Cloud mountain range. Shen Tu-yi explained the plan in detail. Shen Tu-yi, although your plan is very thorough, that Yi Qinfeng is a little strange. Once we fail to kill him, the consequences will be very serious. Although Shangguan Peng also wanted to get rid of Yi Qinfeng, he had to consider the consequences. With the 3 of us working together, the chances of failure are very small. Furthermore, even if that brat is lucky and escapes our pursuit, there's nothing to be afraid of. My cousin intercepting him is his duty. As for the 2 of us, who will testify for him, Shen Tu-yi said sinisterly, All right, then I'll wait for your news. If you can convince your cousin, then we'll carry out the plan tomorrow. Shangguan Peng clenched his teeth and agreed. Yi Qinfeng, don't blame me if you die. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking me. I hope that in your next life you can keep your eyes open. There are some people you can't afford to offend. Seeing that Shangguan Peng agreed, Shen Tu-yi revealed a sinister smile, as if he had already foreseen Yi Qinfeng's tragic fate. At dusk, the setting sun hung in the west. The afterglow shone on the purple gold imperial city, making this ancient city filled with a peaceful and auspicious aura. Master Qin, you've finally come. The family head has prepared a banquet and has been waiting for your arrival. When Yi Qinfeng, who was wearing a human skin mask and dressed in disguise, arrived at the Ji family's old residence under the setting sun, the old housekeeper, who had been waiting outside for a long time, immediately came out to welcome him and politely invited him into the old residence. After continuously taking Yi Qinfeng's medicine, Ji Enjing's old injuries had basically stabilized. At this moment, he was sternly lecturing Ji Qingxue, who had just returned. Qingxue, since you've already made a private vow with Yi Qinfeng, why did you cancel the engagement for no reason? Do you know that with Yi Qinfeng's performance today, How many families have become restless and are ready to throw him an olive branch? Even the two princes have developed a strong interest in him and want to rope him in. Ji Yanzheng said resentfully. So what if he's turned over a new leaf? Back then, I made a private vow with him only to get rid of that annoying fly, Jiang Shanshui. Now that fly is dead. Naturally, I can't continue acting with Yi Qinfeng. Ji Qingxue said, unconvinced. Qingxue, today is different from the past. Grandfather now approves of you and Yi Qinfeng being together. Why don't you talk to him tomorrow and see if you can continue your relationship? Thinking of the Ji family situation, Ji Yanzheng helplessly persuaded. Grandfather, don't say any more. Even if I die, I won't marry that annoying guy. Ji Qingxue said firmly. Family head Master Chen is here. Just as the two were arguing, the old housekeeper brought Yi Qinfeng, who had an ugly expression, into the dining hall, and their argument was coincidentally heard by Yi Qinfeng. Master Chen, you're finally here. When Ji Qingxue saw the mysterious Master Chen, the unhappiness on her face disappeared and she immediately stood up to welcome him. However, Yi Qinfeng treated Ji Qingxue as heir and didn't even look at her. Master Chen, this is the banquet we've prepared for you. Does it suit your taste? Ji Yanzheng said with a smile. I'm here to treat my illness, not to eat. Moreover, my time is limited. If family head Ji has nothing else, let's start the treatment immediately. Yi Qinfeng had a feeling that it wouldn't be easy to cross the Purple Cloud mountain range tomorrow. Therefore, he urgently wanted to obtain the 1,000-year blood ginseng king promised by the Ji family to replenish his blood qi and increase his strength. I'm sorry, Master Chen. I didn't think it through. Let's go to my residence to treat your injuries. Looking at Yi Qinfeng's serious face, Ji Yanzheng helplessly smiled. Once upon a time, no one dared to speak to him in such a tone. However, Yi Qinfeng was his only hope. He didn't dare to offend him. You guys don't need to follow me in. I want to treat family head Ji alone. Yi Qinfeng looked at Ji Qingxue and her father behind him and said coldly, Then we'll wait outside. Ji Yunyu bitterly smiled. Ji Qingxue felt even more depressed. She didn't know why, but she felt that Master Chen was hostile towards her. Moreover, he ignored her beauty. Family head Ji, before I treat you, I have something to ask you. Yi Qinfeng pondered for a moment and said, Master Chen, please ask. Does family head Ji want to treat the symptoms or the root of the problem? Yi Qinfeng slowly said. Chapter 46. Master Chen, do you really have a way to treat the root of the problem? Ji Yanzheng asked excitedly. If he could recover from his injuries, the Jiang family would have some misgivings and would not dare to make a move against them. Although your old injuries have worsened, I have a way to help you rebirth. When the time comes, your physical body will change and your old injuries will naturally heal. Rebirth. Ji Yanzheng's heart was in turmoil. Excitement surfaced on his aged face as he asked, Master Chen really has a way to help me rebirth? Yes, but before that, you need to give me the 1,000-year blood ginseng king. Yi Qinfeng nodded and stated his conditions. No problem. I will ask Yunyu to bring it over. After seeing Yi Qinfeng's superb medical skills, Ji Yanzheng was convinced. He immediately called Ji Yunyu, who was guarding the door, in and ordered him to bring the 1,000-year blood ginseng king to Yi Qinfeng. What a powerful blood qi, as expected of the 1,000-year blood ginseng king. Yi Qinfeng received a jade box made of white jade from Ji Yunyu's hands. When he opened the jade box, a blood ginseng king the size of a palm, completely blood-red in color, with lush roots and a humanoid form, entered his eyes. Looking at the well-preserved 1,000-year blood ginseng king, Yi Qinfeng revealed a satisfied expression. Patriarch Ji, I am very satisfied with this 1,000-year blood ginseng king. As an exchange, I will give you this jade letter. Yi Qinfeng took out a dark green jade letter from his bosom and handed it to Ji Yanzheng. This jade letter was forcefully made by him with the help of the God-Eater brain. It recorded the first 2 layers of the 6 meridians divine shield. This is... Ji Yanzheng was curious and released his soul power to permeate it. When he skimmed through the contents of the jade letter, a kind of shock and excitement began to emerge on his aged face. In the end, a look of horror filled his face. Could this be an upper rank or top rank spiritual soul technique? Ji Yanzheng was a discerning person. He noticed that the soul incantation recorded in the jade letter was far superior to his mid-grade soul incantation, frost water incantation. At this moment, he completely believed that as long as he cultivated according to the contents of the jade letter, it would be easy for him to be reborn. Breaking through to the earth beast general realm would no longer be a dream. Family head Ji, the cultivation method recorded in this jade slip, was imparted to me by my master. I hope that you will not spread it out. Otherwise, if my master blames you, there might be trouble. Yi Qinfeng looked at the agitated Ji Yanzheng and warned him sternly. Master Qin, I will never forget your kindness to me. I swear that without your permission, I will never pass on this precious body tempering soul technique to anyone else. Ji Yanzheng nodded and made a solemn vow. Oh, right, Master Qin. Is your master a member of the sect? Based on this precious jade letter, Ji Yanzheng guessed that Yi Qinfeng might have a master from a sect, so he wanted to befriend him. If he could befriend Yi Qinfeng's master, then the Ji family status would skyrocket. In the future, they might even have the chance to replace the Jiang family and become the #1 family in the kingdom of Zijin. Regarding my master, please forgive me for keeping it a secret. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said vaguely, All right, family head Ji, it's getting late. Let's start healing. In a while, I will use the silver needles to forcefully open up the main meridians in your body. The process might be a little painful, but the benefits are obvious. Yi Qinfeng did not waste any more time. He let Ji Yanzheng lie down and started using the heavenly profound needles to heal him and forcefully open up his meridians. Fortunately, when Ji Yanzheng was young, he had laid down a good foundation for cultivation. This saved Yi Qinfeng a lot of effort and time. Family head Ji, can you still endure it? Yi Qinfeng asked as he looked at Ji Yanzheng, who was convulsing in pain with veins popping out of his forehead. No problem, I can still endure it. Ji Yanzheng squeezed out a few words from the gap of his teeth. He clenched his fists and relied on his strong endurance to endure the inhumane torture. About 2 hours later, when Yi Qinfeng was about to exhaust his soul power, he finally opened up the main meridians in Ji Yanzheng's body with difficulty. Phew, I finally succeeded. Yi Qinfeng let out a long sigh of relief. He removed the silver needles from Ji Yanzheng's acupuncture points and said weakly, This is all I can do. You can only rely on yourself for the rest. Master Qin, thank you. I feel much better now. Feeling that his meridians were much smoother, Ji Yanzheng showed a grateful expression and said, If you need any help in the future, Master Qin can come to my Ji family. No matter who is in charge of the Ji family in the future, we will do our best to help you. We are just taking what we need. Family head Ji, you don't have to worry too much. Yi Qinfeng said indifferently. He took out a low-grade soul crystal and held it in his hand to recover his soul power. Yun Yu, quickly bring the items that my Ji family put up for a reward. See if there is anything that Master Qin needs. While Yi Qinfeng was recovering, Ji Yanzheng called Ji Yunyu in and ordered him to bring all the items that were put up for a reward. Grandfather, how are your injuries? Ji Qing Shui glanced at Yi Qinfeng, who was recuperating, and asked with concern. Master Chen's miraculous hands have brought me back to life. My injuries are no longer a problem. I estimate that it won't be long before I fully recover. Ji Yan lovingly stroked Ji Qingshue's head and revealed a gentle smile. Roughly 5 minutes later, Yi Qinfeng recovered a small portion of his soul power. He picked out 2 soul recovery pills that could increase the recovery speed of his soul power, a hidden weapon that was quite powerful, the thorn sphere, and a slightly yellowed scroll without any words. Even the Ji family couldn't tell the origin of this scroll. The reason why Yi Qinfeng picked the seemingly worthless scroll was because when his finger touched the scroll, the God-Eater brain was slightly agitated. Patriarch Ji, I still have matters to attend to, so I won't be staying any longer. After picking out the treasures, Yi Qinfeng couldn't wait to rush back and refine the 1,000-year blood ginseng king to replenish the blood in his body and increase his strength. Master Qin, can you tell me if it was you who saved me and Xia in the Baiyun mountain range? Seeing that Yi Qinfeng was about to leave, Ji Qing Shui immediately called out to him. She looked at him with longing eyes and asked in anticipation, So what if it was, so what if it wasn't? Let's not talk about the past. Yi Qinfeng said ambiguously, What's wrong, Qingxue? Did Master Qin save you in Baidi City? Ji Yanzheng raised his eyebrows and revealed a trace of surprise. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, Master Qin is the benefactor of me and Xia. Although Yi Qinfeng's answer was vague, Ji Qing Shui was basically sure that Yi Qinfeng was the one who saved her. I didn't expect my Ji clan to owe Master Qin a favor. Master Qin, what do you think of Qingxue? If you're interested, I'll betroth her to you to repay your kindness to my Ji clan. Ji Yanzheng said, half-jokingly. As soon as Ji Yanzheng finished speaking, 2 intoxicating blushes appeared on Ji Qing Shui's devastatingly beautiful face. It was as if there was a little deer hidden in her heart, thumping wildly. Your granddaughter is not bad, but as far as I know, she's privately engaged to someone called Yi Qinfeng in Baidi City. Yi Qinfeng sneered in his heart and said deliberately, No, the engagement between Yi Qinfeng and I is only due to a transaction. There's no substantial relationship between us. Hearing Yi Qinfeng's answer, Ji Qing Shui's face turned pale and she quickly explained. Chapter 47. The night mist came, and the quiet night was a little cold. Under the hazy moonlight, there were not many stars. Yi Qinfeng circled around the imperial city to make sure that no one was following him. He quickly returned to the small courtyard he rented, took a bath, changed his clothes, and adjusted his state of mind. When Yi Qinfeng adjusted his state of mind to the best state, he did not immediately swallow the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng king. Instead, he took out the scroll that had caused the God-Eater brain to become restless. I wonder what's so special about this scroll. Yi Qinfeng was curious. He pressed his hand on the scroll and silently sensed the truth of the scroll. Array pattern. They're actually sealing array patterns in this scroll. With the powerful sensing ability of the God-Eater brain, Yi Qinfeng discovered that there were many mysterious array patterns hidden in the scroll that concealed the true information of the scroll. Break. Combining the power of the God-Eater brain and the array pattern inheritance, Yi Qinfeng spent nearly half an hour to break more than 10 sealing array patterns in the scroll. The next moment, a large number of patterns appeared on the slightly yellowed sheepskin scroll. They gathered into hundreds of ancient characters that were different from this era. Although Yi Qinfeng did not recognize these ancient characters, the God-Eater brain was able to distinguish the meaning of these characters. Profound frost spirit water. I didn't expect this scroll to be related to the profound frost spirit water, Yi Qinfeng said in surprise. According to the inherited memories of the God-Eater brain, Yi Qinfeng knew that the Duhan continent, which had a long history, had a mysterious and destructive spiritual item. Some of these spiritual items were left behind by ancient experts. Some are born from the changes of heaven and earth, and some are evolved through time and space. If he could take these spiritual items for his own use, they would be a great help to him and greatly increase his strength. However, these spiritual items were extremely rare and difficult to subdue. Many top experts of the Duhan continent had chased after them for their entire lives, but in the end they had failed to do so. And the profound frost spirit water recorded in the sheepskin scroll was one of the spiritual treasures of heaven and earth. It could only be produced in an extremely cold place, and the energy it contained could easily freeze an earth beast general expert to death. I never thought that the snow mountain not far from the Zijin kingdom would actually contain the profound frost spirit water that would make countless experts jealous. However, with my current strength, even if I find the profound frost spirit water, I won't be able to subdue it. But the ice heart spring nurtured by the profound frost spiritual water has a miraculous effect on tempering the body. If I can obtain it, it should be able to speed up my cultivation of the third level of the 6 meridians divine shield realm. Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself. He controlled the God-Eater brain to forcibly memorize the contents of the sheepskin scroll and burned it to ashes. It's time to devour this 1,000-year-old blood ginseng king. Yi Qinfeng took a look at the time and took out the precious 1,000-year-old blood ginseng king. I wonder how much qi and blood this 1,000-year-old blood ginseng king can replenish. Yi Qinfeng had just reached the 2nd level of the 6 meridians divine shield realm, so his qi and blood were severely depleted. He was not worried about wasting the medicinal power of the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng king. So sweet, this 1,000-year-old blood ginseng king is actually sweet. Yi Qinfeng took a small bite of the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng king. He discovered that the taste of the blood ginseng king was completely different from normal ginseng. It was sweet and tasty, gentle and soft. After swallowing a small piece of the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng king, Yi Qinfeng immediately felt waves of pure qi and blood spreading out from his body. They flowed into his crisscrossing meridians and quickly merged with his active cells, feeling the qi and blood in his body slowly increasing. Yi Qinfeng took another bite of the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng king and swallowed it. He then followed the cultivation method of the 6 meridians divine shield realm and started cultivating. As the cells in his body absorbed more and more qi and blood, his body started to heat up. His skin turned blood red, as if he could make it bleed with a light press. Feeling the vigorous qi and blood in his body showing signs of seeping out from his pores, Yi Qinfeng immediately closed his pores to prevent the qi and blood from leaking out and wasting the intelligence of the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng king. As time passed, Yi Qinfeng took the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng king and cultivated the 6 meridians divine shield realm. Soon, rays of gentle sunlight pierced through the dark clouds and shone on the earth. It was daybreak. After a night of cultivation, Yi Qinfeng had basically absorbed the qi and blood contained in the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng king. He had replenished 60% of his qi and blood. With his qi and blood replenished, his physical strength increased rapidly. In just one night, his physical strength had increased from 5,500 pounds to a shocking 7,500 pounds. More importantly, after refining the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng king, he was on the verge of breaking through to the next level. His vitality had become even stronger. It could be said that although Yi Qinfeng did not break through to the next level, his strength had increased by a lot. I wonder if with my current strength I can crush Shangguanpeng? Shangguanpeng was Yi Qinfeng's only opponent in this assessment. Furthermore, Yi Qinfeng guessed that Shangguanpeng would not be willing to be suppressed by him and lose the precious 9-Chu spiritual pill. Shangguanpeng would definitely make a move against him during the Purple Cloud Mountain Range assessment. Shangguanpeng, if you dare to make a move against me today, I will definitely give you an unforgettable memory. Yi Qinfeng revealed an unruly smile. After washing up and eating, he walked towards the Immortal Ascension Hall to prepare for the final assessment. About an hour later, Yi Qinfeng arrived at the Immortal Ascension Hall under the first rays of the morning sun. At this time, he discovered that besides him, the other 9 people were all present, because passing through the Purple Cloud mountain range was related to whether or not they could become disciples of the Sky Fire Marshal House and enjoy the rich cultivation resources. Shangguanpeng, Shintuyi, and the rest of the 9 people all chose to form teams. They separated into small groups and isolated Yi Qinfeng, who had the best results. However, Yi Qinfeng did not mind. With his ability to replenish 60% of his blood qi, he was confident that he could pass through the Purple Cloud mountain range and pass the final assessment with the best results. Just as Yi Qinfeng was quietly standing to the side, waiting for Elder Lu to arrive, his sharp senses detected a resentful gaze on him. Without looking, Yi Qinfeng could guess that the resentful gaze belonged to Ji Qingxue. She was still brooding over what happened last night. About 5 minutes later, an ear-piercing cry reverberated through the 9 heavens. A green-winged dove with a wingspan of more than 10 meters flew over the Purple Cloud mountain range. It was covered in green feathers and had a wingspan of more than 10 meters. Legend had it that the green-winged dove had the blood of the blue wan flowing in its body. When it flew at high speed, it could fly for thousands of miles in a day. It was the favorite flying spirit beast of some large sections. All disciples, listen up. Quickly jump onto the back of the green-winged dove. I will bring you into the Purple Cloud mountain range for the final assessment. Elder Lu signaled the green-winged dove to fly lower and ordered loudly. Hearing Elder Lu's order, Shangguanpeng, Shintuyi, and the rest merged with their spirit beasts and shot up like arrows towards the green-winged dove. Due to Shangguanpeng and Shintuyi's outstanding strength, they naturally occupied the best spot on the green-winged dove's back. However, before Shintuyi could stand firm, a powerful force slammed into his body and sent him flying. Sorry, I have reserved this spot. Chapter 48. The Purple Cloud mountain range was the largest mountain range in the Zijin Kingdom. It stretched for hundreds of thousands of li and covered almost a fifth of the entire Zijin Kingdom. Within the vast forests of the Purple Cloud mountain range, there were many fierce beasts. It was said that in the deepest parts of the Purple Cloud mountain range, there were spirit beasts comparable to earth beast generals. In addition, the Purple Cloud mountain range was covered by the Heavenly Flame Marshal House. It was very easy for people to get lost in there. Gradually, the Purple Cloud mountain range became a forbidden area, and very few people dared to enter. The green-winged dove led the group to fly above the 9 heavens for more than 4 hours, and they arrived outside a restriction covered by a light screen. Formation pattern. Looking at the light screen in front of them, Yi Qinfeng recognized that it was made up of 13 small and large restrictions. It was not very powerful and was mainly used for blocking. All of you stand properly, Elder Lu instructed. A strong spirit power burst out from his body and bombarded the light screen in front of them. In the next moment, the light screen fluctuated violently, forming ripples of energy. The vibrations caused the air to compress rapidly, forming a flow of air. Fortunately, Yi Qinfeng and the rest had extraordinary strength. Relying on their own abilities, they were able to withstand the flow of air and stand firmly on the green-winged dove. Li. The light screen opened and the green-winged dove let out a long cry. Its huge wings flapped rapidly, creating a hurricane as it flew into the light screen and landed on the ground. All right, this is the place where you will be tested. As long as you pass through the mountains in front of you and reach the Heavenly Flame Marshal House in the evening, you will be considered to have passed the test. Elder Lu jumped down from the green-winged dove and looked at Shangguanpeng and the rest who were eager to try. However, during this period of time, you will be attacked by the fierce beasts and spirit beasts residing in the mountain range. You will also be obstructed by the older students. Whether you can reach the Heavenly Flame Marshal House in the end will depend on your ability. Elder Lu explained the rules of the test in detail. Obstructed by the older students? So the secret to passing through the Purple Cloud mountain range is here. Yi Qinfeng muttered to himself. Yi Qinfeng, just you wait. In a while, we will settle our old and new grudges together. I will definitely torture you to death." Shen Tui, who had just been pushed off the green-winged dove by Yi Qin-feng, gritted his teeth and muttered in his heart, "Yi Qin-feng, are you interested in making a bet with me? Let's see who will be the first to cross the violet cloud mountains and arrive at the Sky Fire Marshal House." Shangguan Peng walked to Yi Qinfeng's side, patted him on the shoulder, and said deliberately, "What do you want to bet?" Ever since Yi Qinfeng had fused with the God-Eater brain, his soul perception had reached an unimaginable level. He could easily detect the tracking mark that Shangguan Peng had left on his clothes. However, he didn't expose Shangguan Peng's little trick. Instead, he asked coldly, "How about we bet on each other's rewards?" Shangguan Peng suggested, pretending to be contemplative. "Sure, I promise you." Yi Qinfeng nodded and said, "I wonder if Elder Lu can be our witness." "All right. Since you are interested in making a bet, then I will be your witness." Elder Lu nodded and said, "Yi Qinfeng, do you really think that I want to bet with you? You are too naive." Shangguan Peng revealed a trace of a sinister smile as he muttered in his heart. However, he didn't know that his little trick had already been seen through by Yi Qinfeng. "All right, the test has officially begun. You can cross the Violet Cloud mountain range now," Elder Lu announced loudly. So. Just as Elder Lu's words fell, there was the sound of the air being torn apart. Yi Qinfeng and the other 10 people all sped up. Like flying arrows, they flew into the lush forest. Because of the soul mark left on Yi Qinfeng's body, Shangguan Peng and Elder Lu weren't afraid of losing him. However, they didn't pursue Yi Qinfeng on their own. They were prepared to wait until Yi Qinfeng was in the deepest part of the Violet Cloud mountain range, where Elder Lu and the others couldn't see. Then they would make a move on him and eliminate a great threat. This Violet Cloud mountain range is indeed a blessed land. Yi Qinfeng was like an agile ape. As he continued to climb the Violet Cloud mountain range, a huge picturesque scene gradually appeared before his eyes. The sea of clouds was boundless, the mountain peaks were towering, and the deep blue stream was winding between the mountain peaks. Slowly moving, the clouds and mist lingered around the mountainside, complementing each other. It was a different kind of celestial feeling. Just as Yi Qinfeng was shuttling through the mountains and rivers, his sharp senses detected 2 indistinct soul power undulations in front of him. He guessed that there were people nearby, and his body flashed slightly as he decisively leaped into a lush thicket. He retracted his aura and hid within it. After about 10 breaths of time, 2 light sounds broke through the air. 2 young men wearing luxurious robes and holding snakeskin swords appeared at the same time. They used their sharp eyes to scan the quiet forest. From the aura emitted from their bodies, these 2 were rank 2 beast illusionists. Their strength was on par with Shangguan Peng. If it was a one-on-one battle, Yi Qinfeng was confident that he could defeat any one of them. However, facing 2 of them alone, Yi Qinfeng didn't want to take the risk and didn't make a sneak attack. That's strange. I clearly felt that there was someone here. Why did he suddenly disappear? Because the tall man cultivated the soul formula, his soul perception was far superior to ordinary people. Therefore, he had just sensed Yi Qinfeng's presence, but when he rushed over, he found that there was no one here. This puzzled him. "Lian Lu, did you sense wrongly?" His companion opened his mouth and asked. That shouldn't be the case. Lian Lu closed his eyes and sensed his surroundings. Indeed, he didn't sense any abnormalities. He shook his head and muttered to himself, "Maybe I really sensed wrongly." After speaking, the 2 of them didn't stop. They entered the forest and continued to search for the scattered candidates. The disciples of the Sky Fire Marshal House are indeed not simple. Yi Qinfeng hid in the thicket for a while until the 2 of them were far away. Only then did he leave the thicket and continue to move in the direction of the Sky Fire Marshal House. Time passed by minute. As he got closer, The number of vicious beasts in the forest increased. However, Yi Qinfeng's strength was no longer the same as before. Unless he encountered a terrifying spirit beast, he wouldn't be afraid even if he encountered a rank 9 vicious beast. Bang! Yi Qinfeng's powerful punch landed on a venomous Feng wolf, causing its head to explode. Its huge body smashed into an ancient tree and died on the spot. I wonder how far I am from the Sky Fire Marshal House. After killing a venomous Feng wolf, Yi Qinfeng leaped onto the crown of a 10-meter tall iron oak tree. He looked into the distance and determined the direction. Just as he determined the direction and continued to approach the Sky Fire Marshal House, a terrified scream rang out in the silent forest. It's her. Chapter 49. What a beautiful young lady. A tall and sturdy man, whose robe was half open, revealing his thick chest hair, looked at the tall, elegant, and beautiful Ji Qingxue, and his eyes immediately lit up. When Fei Hong, let's break out together. We should have a chance to escape. Ji Qingxue was disgusted by the burly man's lecherous eyes and quickly shouted to her companion, Break out? With your strength? The burly man revealed a disdainful smile. A powerful aura erupted from his body like a towering mountain, pressing down on Ji Qingxue and Wen Fei Hong, causing their breathing to quicken. In the next moment, an octopus with 8 soft tentacles emitting green light emerged from his body. It released soul power and locked onto Ji Qingxue and Wen Fei Hong. Rank 2 Beast Illusionist. Sensing the burly man's strength, Ji Qingxue and Wen Fei Hong's faces immediately turned grave. Every disciple of the Sky Fire Marshal House had extraordinary talents. After painstakingly cultivating in the Sky Fire Marshal House, they had the ability to fight above their rank. In addition, the burly man's strength far exceeded theirs, and he had a powerful soul skill. Ji Qingxue and Wen Fei Hong had almost no chance of escaping. Senior brother, I am from the Imperial City's Wen clan, and this is the eldest daughter of the Ji clan. I wonder if senior brother can be magnanimous and let us go. As long as we pass the test, we will definitely repay senior brother generously. Wen Fei Hong took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down before begging for mercy. Eldest daughter of the Ji clan, could it be that you are the #1 beauty in the Imperial City, Ji Qingxue? The burly man's eyes lit up as he guessed Ji Qingxue's identity. That's me. If senior brother can let us go, I am willing to give senior brother 1,000,000 taels of silver. Ji Qingxue bit her alluring red lips and made a heavy promise. Haha, what if I don't agree? The burly man looked at Ji Qingxue's beautiful face with a burning gaze, and a perverted thought appeared in his mind. Senior brother, what do you want to let us go? When Fei Hong asked nervously, he really did not want to lose the opportunity to enter the Sky Fire Marshal House. As for you, I can consider letting you go. The burly man rolled his eyes and said with a naughty smile, What about Qingxue? When Fei Hong glanced at the pale and trembling Qingxue and asked, Boy, don't you know your situation? Get the hell out of here. The burly man's face instantly turned gloomy. He stared at him like a hungry wolf and fiercely ordered. Although when Fei Hong had a good relationship with Ji Qingxue, when he thought of the benefits of becoming a disciple of the Sky Fire Marshal House, he hesitated. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being impolite. With that, the burly man fused with the power of his spiritual beast, the octopus, and performed a powerful soul skill. Rock Transformation Fist. The burly man threw out a punch, and his surging soul power instantly condensed into a rock-like fist light. It smashed towards Wen Fei Hong like a hot knife through butter. Pooh! After being attacked by the burly man's soul skill, the defense that Wen Fei Hong had formed using his soul power was instantly broken. He was directly sent flying by the rock transformation fist. He spat out a mouthful of blood towards the sky and flew dozens of meters away. I'll count to 3. If you don't get the hell out of here, Don't blame me for crippling you." The burly man coldly looked at Wen Fei Hong, who was spitting out blood, and threatened him. "Qingxue, I'm sorry. I can't lose this opportunity." Hearing the burly man's threat, Wen Fei Hong was truly afraid. Under Ji Qingxue's despairing gaze, he clutched his severely injured chest and staggered away. "Little beauty, now that no one is disturbing us, can we have a good talk?" The burly man lecherously looked at Ji Qingxue's curvaceous body and said with ill intentions, "What do you want? If you dare to hurt me, Elder Lu will never let you off." Ji Qingxue's face was deathly pale as she retreated and warned him. "Hurt you? Who can prove that I hurt you?" The burly man sneered and said, "Don't tell me you expect that trash to stand out and testify for you? Also, do you think Elder Lu will support a disciple who didn't pass the Sky Fire Marshal House's assessment? What do you want to let me go?" The burly man's words were like a dagger that pierced into the depths of Ji Qingxue's heart and shattered her last hope. "I've never tasted the taste of the Imperial City's #1 beauty in all my life. If you can serve me well, I guarantee that you'll pass the assessment and become a disciple of the Sky Fire Marshal House," the burly man said excitedly. "Don't even think about it." Ji Qingxue bit her lips and said in humiliation. Tears kept welling up in her eyes, "That's not up to you." After saying that, the burly man picked up a slender branch from the ground and attacked Ji Qingxue. Ji Qingxue wasn't a match for the burly man. In her fear, she could only use 80% of her strength and was completely suppressed by the burly man. In just half an incense stick's time, crisscrossing marks appeared on Ji Qingxue's clothes. The strength of these marks was just right, only tearing her clothes. If you don't stop, I'll die in front of you." Ji Qingxue clutched her severely damaged clothes and warned him in despair as she dodged. "Ha! Do you think it's possible for you to commit suicide in front of me?" The tall and sturdy man stared fixedly at Ji Qingxue's exposed soft and delicate skin as he laughed arrogantly. "Come here." The burly man took a big step forward and suddenly closed in on Ji Qingxue. He wanted to pull her into his arms and play with her sexy body. "Go to hell." When the burly man closed in, Ji Qingxue's right hand suddenly raised and a spiky ball flew out at an extremely fast speed towards the burly man's body. Suddenly attacked by a hidden weapon, the burly man immediately released his soul power to block it. However, the spiky ball was too powerful. It penetrated his soul power defense and hit his chest, causing a large amount of blood to flow out. With the burly man injured, Ji Qingxue didn't hesitate to turn and run. She wanted to use this last chance to escape from the burly man's pursuit. "Damn it, where are you running to?" the burly man roared. He controlled his soul power to force out the spiky ball and chased after Ji Qingxue, ignoring the injury on his chest. A starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Although the burly man was heavily injured, his speed was far superior to Ji Qingxue's. In just 5 breaths, he blocked Ji Qingxue's path. "Stinking woman, you forced me to do this." The burly man covered his bloody chest and walked towards Ji Qingxue, who was filled with despair and looked pitiful. "If I don't play you to death today, I'll change my surname to yours," the burly man roared. With a strong sense of oppression, he pounced towards the terrified Ji Qingxue. He wanted to press her under his body and vent the anger in his heart. Chapter 50. Yi Qinfeng. The despairing Ji Qingxue saw a familiar figure appear in front of her eyes. He unleashed a powerful aura and launched a fatal attack at the burly man. Boom! Yi Qinfeng's fist, which had compressed his strength to the limit, collided with the burly man's hastily blocked fist. Following that, Yi Qinfeng's strength, which was boosted by nearly 5,000 kilograms after fusing with the blood egg, clashed with the burly man's destructive soul force and caused ripples of energy to appear. Crack! As the ripples of energy became more and more concentrated, a crisp, cracking sound suddenly rang out in the silent forest. The burly man watched in horror as the soul force covering his arm began to crack. The powerful force broke into his arm, shaking the skin on his arm to the point that it suddenly burst open. Even his white bones were unable to withstand such a terrifying force, breaking inch by inch, piercing out of his badly mangled skin. It was a ghastly sight. After succeeding with one strike, Yi Chen-feng did not give the burly man any chance to catch his breath. His body was like a spinning top as he spun on the spot. His right leg, which was filled with the force of 10,000 jin, landed a solid kick on the burly man's chest. The burly man's chest had already been injured by the spiky ball. Now that he was hit again, his chest caved in and several of his ribs broke. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was like a kite with its string cut. He crashed to the ground and couldn't get up for a long time. "Are you all right?" Yi Chen-feng looked at Ji Qingxue, whose clothes were severely damaged, and asked without a trace of emotion, Thank you for saving me." Ji Qingxue never dreamed that the person who saved her in the end would be Yi Chen-feng, who she hated from the bottom of her heart. Furthermore, when Yi Chen-feng launched his sneak attack, she vaguely felt a sense of familiarity. However, she never thought that Yi Chen-feng and Master Qin were the same person. She didn't suspect his identity. "Be careful in the future." Yi Chen-feng nodded and turned his gaze to the heavily injured, burly man whose chest had caved in. He walked over step by step. What do you want?" As he met Yi Chen-feng's cold gaze, the tall and sturdy man's heart trembled. He braced himself and warned, "The Sky Fire Martial House strictly forbids killing each other. If you hurt me again, you will be violating the Martial House's rules and will be severely punished by the Martial House." "Really? Then what were you doing just now?" Yi Chen-feng sneered and said with killing intent. Although Yi Chen-feng didn't want to have anything to do with Ji Qingxue, he hated the tall and sturdy man's despicable actions. If it wasn't for his misgivings, he definitely wouldn't have let this kind of scum live in this world. "It was all my fault. Please spare me." In order to survive, the burly man had no choice but to swallow his anger and beg for mercy. "Forget it, Qingfeng. I just secretly used the memory stone to remember what happened. When we arrive at the Sky Flame Martial House, we'll report this matter to Elder Lu and ask him to uphold justice for us and severely punish this bastard." Although Ji Qingxue couldn't wait to cut the tall and sturdy man into pieces, she didn't dare to violate the Martial House's rules. She softly persuaded Yi Chen-feng. "Memory stone." Hearing Ji Qingxue's words, the tall and sturdy man's face turned ashen and his eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. If Ji Qingxue really did have the memory stone, he wouldn't be able to defend himself and would no longer have a foothold in the Sky Fire Martial House. "The two of you, I really know my wrongs. I beg the two of you not to report what happened today to Elder Lu. As long as you are willing to let me go, I will agree to any conditions." The tall and sturdy man bitterly begged, "Scum! Just wait for the Sky Fire Martial House's punishment." Ji Qingxue glared at him and said resentfully, if Yi Chen-feng hadn't appeared in time to save her, she would have been ruined by the tall and sturdy man, and her life would have been ruined. "No, don't go. I have a 9th grade pill here. As long as you are willing to let me go, I will give you this 9th grade pill." The tall and sturdy man disregarded his injuries and stood in front of Yi Chen-feng and Ji Qingxue. He took out a dark green box from his belt. 9th grade pill. Yi Chen-feng's eyebrows twitched slightly as he cast his gaze towards the dark green box in the tall and sturdy man's hand. The moment the tall and sturdy man opened the box, Yi Chen-feng's sharp soul perception immediately sensed danger. He instinctively held his breath and dodged to the side. The moment he dodged, a cloud of fog erupted from the dark green box and sprayed onto Ji Qingxue's face, who couldn't react in time. Ji Qingxue only took a small whiff of the fog and felt a severe sense of dizziness. Her body swayed and fell to the ground, unconscious. "Not good! The tall and sturdy man didn't expect Yi Chen-feng to be so agile. The fog that he had deliberately released was actually dodged by him. His heart trembled, and he turned to run. "Do you think you can escape?" Yi Chen-feng sneered. His legs suddenly exerted force, and like a swift cheetah, he kept increasing his speed and intercepted the tall and sturdy man who had lost his head out of fear. Rock Transformation Fist. The tall and sturdy man knew the consequences of being stopped. Ignoring his injuries, he forcefully used a powerful soul skill in an attempt to force Yi Chen-feng back. If he was in his peak condition, he could still pose a threat to Yi Chen-feng by using the Rock Transformation Fist. But now he was seriously injured and could only use 30% of his strength. Boom! The moment the two fists collided, Yi Chen-feng's fist burst forth with a force of nearly 10,000 jin. It shattered the tall and sturdy man's soul skill and broke his arm, forcing him to retreat. "I originally wanted to spare your life, but it seems that I don't need to anymore." Yi Chen-feng looked at the tall and sturdy man who was vomiting blood with a cold gaze. He didn't hide the killing intent in his heart. If not for his sharp soul perception, he would have been doomed if he had fallen into the tall and sturdy man's hands. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the Sky Fire Marshal House will never let you off." With both his arms broken, the tall and sturdy man was afraid. He had no choice but to use the Sky Fire Marshal House to pressure Yi Chen-feng. "Who can prove that I killed you? And since you dared to make a move on Ji Qingxue here, it proves that this place is safe. I don't know if I guessed correctly." Yi Chen-feng sneered. Under the tall and sturdy man's desperate gaze, he slapped the tall and sturdy man's head, causing him to faint. In the next moment, a powerful devouring vortex formed in Yi Chen-feng's palm and rushed into the tall and sturdy man's head. It forcefully devoured his spiritual beast and ended his life. My soul power is finally full. Yi Chen-feng had absorbed the medicinal power of the 1,000-year-old blood ginseng king and was on the verge of a breakthrough. Now that he had devoured the tall and sturdy man's Class 2 beast, illusionist spiritual beast, the soul power contained in the blood egg immediately reached a level of overflowing. A pure soul power flowed through Yi Chen-feng's body, transforming the white soul power in his body. Chapter 51. I've finally broken through to the rank 1 beast illusionist realm. Yi Chen-feng smiled as he felt his white soul power transform into green soul power. His strength had increased by more than 3 times, and his physical strength had increased by more than 250 kilograms. It could be said that after breaking through to the beast illusionist realm, Yi Chen-feng could be considered to have truly stepped onto the path of cultivation that defied the heavens. He could now cultivate soul skills that could shock everyone. Because his breakthrough this time was the result of overflowing soul power, he didn't need to consolidate his realm, and the soul power in his body was already stabilized. After breaking through to the next realm, Yi Chen-feng came to the unconscious Ji Qingxue, who had accidentally inhaled the fog. Although Yi Chen-feng didn't have a good impression of Ji Qingxue, he had to admit that Ji Qingxue was indeed too beautiful, especially with her flawless facial features. However, he didn't have any distracting thoughts in his mind. He found the antidote on the burly man's body and gently opened Ji Qingxue's rosy lips to feed her. About 5 minutes later, Ji Qingxue slowly regained consciousness and woke up from her coma. She recalled the scene before she fainted, and her face was filled with fear. However, when she saw Yi Chen-feng sitting not far from her, silently regulating his breathing to protect her, the nervousness on her face disappeared and her heart was moved. She knew that Yi Chen-feng had saved her once again, and she owed him twice. Just as she was about to open her mouth to thank him, she saw the burly man lying motionless in a pool of blood. Her expression instantly froze. "You're awake." Yi Chen-feng opened his eyes and looked at Ji Qingxue, who had a serious expression on her face. You killed him." Ji Qingxue didn't expect Yi Chen-feng to be so daring that he even dared to kill a senior from the Sky Fire Marshal House. Yes, if I didn't kill him, he would have killed us. Yi Chenfeng nodded and said without a trace of emotion, Yi Chenfeng, we can report his actions to the Sky Fire Marshal House. With this memory stone, the Sky Fire Marshal House will definitely uphold justice for us. Ji Qingxue felt the seriousness of the situation and said emotionally, but now that he's dead, we're finished. The Sky Fire Marshal House will definitely not let us off. I hate trouble. Moreover, if you and I don't say anything, who would know that he died in my hands? When the time comes, I will throw his corpse into the midst of the vicious beasts to create a false impression. I believe that even if the Sky Fire Marshal House investigates, they won't suspect us. Yi Chenfeng said calmly as he looked at Ji Qingxue with a burning gaze. But no buts. Yi Chenfeng interrupted her and said, Ji Qingxue, you and I both know the consequences of this matter. Therefore, you have two choices now. Either you choose to give up and withdraw from the Sky Fire Marshal House's assessment to protect yourself, or you give me the memory stone and help me hide this matter. But can this be hidden? Ji Qingxue said helplessly, also when Fei Hong knows what happened here. I'm afraid he will tell on us. When Fei Hong, he was also here just now. Yi Chenfeng frowned slightly, his face revealing a trace of seriousness. Yes, he was with me just now. But because he was afraid, he abandoned me and ran away alone. Ji Qingxue nodded and said, although Ji Qingxue didn't like Yi Chenfeng from the bottom of her heart, she had to admit that Yi Chenfeng was much stronger than Wen Fei Hong. At the very least, he wouldn't abandon her and run away alone. I will think of a way to deal with Wen Fei Hong. You only need to remember that once this matter is exposed and Elder Lu and the rest ask about it, you have to pretend that you know nothing. Yi Chenfeng solemnly instructed. Then all right. Ji Qingxue didn't want to give up the opportunity to become a disciple of the Sky Fire Marshal House. She bit her moist lips and decided to take a gamble. She gave the memory stone to Yi Chenfeng. All right, I'm leaving first. Be careful. After saying that, Yi Chenfeng didn't hesitate and quickly left with the burly man's corpse. Yi Chenfeng spent more than an hour and was lucky enough to find a pack of wolves in the Amethyst Mountains. He threw the burly man's corpse into the pack and quickly left. Wen Fei Hong, this person is quite troublesome. After dealing with the burly man's corpse, Yi Chenfeng's face didn't relax. Wen Fei Hong was like a thorn in his heart, causing him to worry. Oh, there's someone. Just as Yi Chenfeng was thinking about how to deal with Wen Fei Hong, a light rustling sound of leaves rustling entered his ears. He raised his head slightly and saw a tall young man wearing a black robe standing on a fragile branch with a long spear in his hand. He was looking at him mockingly. The disciples of the Sky Fire Marshal House are indeed not simple. Although the black-clothed man was a level 2 beast illusionist and didn't give Yi Chenfeng any pressure, his light as a feather qigong made Yi Chenfeng think highly of him. Kid, you are very unlucky to have met me. The black-clothed man revealed a cold smile and said, but if you have a treasure that can move me, I can consider letting you go. What if I don't have a treasure and want to go over? Yi Chenfeng sneered. Then we'll see if you have the ability. As he said that, the black-clothed man lightly kicked off the ground and jumped into the air. He held a 9-foot 9-inch long spear in his hand and thrust it towards Yi Chenfeng. The black-clothed man thrust his spear like lightning. Not only did Yi Chenfeng not dodge, but he also rushed towards him. Just as the black-clothed man's spear was about to pierce Yi Chenfeng's chest, his right hand suddenly struck out towards the sharp tip of the spear, courting death. The black-clothed man didn't expect Yi Chenfeng to use his palm to block his spear. He revealed a cruel smile, but in the next moment, the expression on his face froze. This was because he discovered that the power coming from Yi Chenfeng's palm not only dissolved the power of his spear, but also a power that was beyond his control passed through the tip of the spear and into his arm, causing him to almost lose his grip on the spear. Just as he was horrified by Yi Chenfeng's terrifying physical strength, Yi Chen-feng quickly threw out a punch, forcing him to fuse with the power of his spiritual beast and defend with all his might. Defeat! Yi Chen-feng roared, and a force of more than 5,000 kilograms erupted in his fist. The powerful force directly shattered the black-clothed man's soul power defense and hit him in the chest, sending him flying with one punch. The black-clothed man raised his head and spat out a mouthful of blood. He smashed an ancient tree that was more than 10 meters tall behind him and fell heavily to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. If you don't want to be beaten up, give me your treasure. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Yi Chen-feng looked down at him condescendingly and threatened coldly. You. Chapter 52. 30 low-grade soul crystals, not a bad harvest. When Yi Chen-feng was searching for the spoils of war, he found 30 low-grade soul crystals in the black-clothed man's arms, as well as a sheepskin scroll that was slightly yellow and had restrictions on it. Could it be a soul skill? Yi Chen-feng raised his eyebrows slightly as he combined the inherited memories in the God-Eater brain to decipher the array patterns on the sheepskin scroll. Break! In about 3 breaths of time, Yi Chen-feng's eyes shot out beams of light. The power of the formation patterns was injected into the formation patterns with the power of his will, and he forcefully broke it open. In the next moment, a large number of small words appeared on the dim sheepskin scroll, forming a mysterious soul skill scroll. Mid-grade spirit rank soul skill, soul shock finger. Yi Chen-feng quickly skimmed through the soul skills recorded on the scroll, and was surprised to find that the sheepskin scroll was actually a mid-grade spirit rank soul skill. It was divided into 3 styles: Starburst, and Soul Breaker. I was just worried about not having any soul skills to use, and you gave me one. I really don't know how to thank you. Yi Chen-feng revealed a faint smile as he immediately focused on memorizing it. After fusing with the God-Eater brain, Yi Chen-feng's perception had reached an unimaginable level. He only took an incense stick's worth of time to memorize the cultivation method of Soul Shock Finger and began to cultivate it. Soul Shock Stab was a mid-grade spirit rank soul skill, and it was difficult to cultivate. It was difficult for an ordinary person to cultivate it to the greater mastery realm even after a year of hard work. However, Yi Chen-feng did not find any difficulty in cultivating it. It was as if success was achieved when the conditions were right, and he quickly grasped the essentials. A cool breeze blew, and the fallen leaves drifted down. Starburst. Looking at the falling leaves in front of him, Yi Chen-feng suddenly pointed his finger, and rays of green light shot out like stars that filled the sky, shattering the falling leaves in front of him. Yi Chen-feng's movements were smooth and unrestrained, without the slightest hesitation. After one finger, he pointed out another finger. A snake-like finger light flashed in the air, piercing through an ancient tree in the distance that would require 6 people to wrap their arms around it. Yi Chen-feng was slightly surprised and delighted as he looked at the cracked ancient trees in the distance. He did not expect his brain to be modified by the God-Eater brain and his comprehension ability to become so monstrous. In just half an hour, he had comprehended the first 2 moves of the frightening finger. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen-feng's mind flashed with a flash of light. The cultivation method of the 3rd move of the frightening spirit finger, Soul Breaker, appeared in his mind. What is he doing? About an hour later, the black-clothed man woke up from his coma. When he crawled out of the pile of wood, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. In the next moment, a wisp of shock that came from the depths of his soul completely occupied his body, to the extent that he opened his mouth but was unable to utter a single word for a long time. Soul Breaker. Yi Chen-feng pointed out a finger. The cyan soul power that revolved around his fingertip suddenly accelerated, forming a 1-foot-long spiraling finger light. With astonishing speed, it struck the cracked ancient tree in the distance. The tall ancient tree was smashed into pieces, filling the sky with fragments that danced in the air. He cultivated the frightening finger to the large success stage in a little over an hour. Is he really human? The black-clothed man stared at Yi Chunfeng, flabbergasted, as if he had seen a ghost. Half a year ago, the black-clothed man had spent almost all of his savings to exchange for the frightening finger from the Sky Fire Martial House's Soul Skill Pavilion. In this half a year, he had spent most of his energy on cultivating the frightening finger. However, he had only managed to cultivate the first 2 moves of the frightening finger and was unable to comprehend the 3rd move, Soul Breaker. However, Yi Qinfeng had only used a little over an hour to completely comprehend it. This caused the black-clothed man to look at Yi Qinfeng with eyes full of reverence and fear. "I'll return this frightening finger scroll to you." Yi Qinfeng did not dare to keep the frightening finger for himself, as he did not want to offend the Sky Fire Martial House's rules. He threw the scroll back to the black-clothed man, who had a dull look in his eyes. His body flashed and disappeared into the vast forest. Monster. There's actually a monster among this year's new students. The Sky Fire Martial House is going to be lively. The black-clothed man's throat rolled as he stared at Yi Qinfeng's disappearing figure. He muttered to himself with a lingering fear, "I've been delayed for more than an hour. I wonder how far Shang Guanping and Shin Tu Yi have left me behind." Yi Qinfeng calculated the time and felt that Shang Guanping and Shin Tu Yi had left him behind by quite a bit. He continued to increase his speed, chasing after the 2 of them while searching for Wen Fei Hong's whereabouts. At the same time, Shang Guanping, Shin Tu Yi, and Shen Tu Shui, who was wearing a long red robe and had a grave expression and an aura that was even sharper than Shang Guanping's, were scattered along the roads leading to the Sky Fire Martial House. They were waiting for Yi Qinfeng to appear. Damn, what is that Yi Qinfeng doing? Why is he so slow? Could he have sensed something? Shin Tu Yi, who was hiding in the bushes and patiently waiting for the afternoon, suddenly became anxious when he realized that Yi Qinfeng had not appeared. If he could not stop Yi Qinfeng and let him successfully pass through the Amethyst Mountain Range, then not only would he lose the Sky Fire Martial House's reward, he would also be taught a lesson and lose all his face. This was something that Shin Tu Yi did not want to see. Someone's coming. Just as Shin Tu Yi was gradually losing his patience, suddenly a light rustling of leaves entered his ears. Following the source of the sound, he saw Wen Fei Hong, who was cautiously walking towards him with light steps. Damn, why is there a piece of trash here? Shin Tu Yi looked at Wen Fei Hong, who was getting closer and closer. His eyes revealed a trace of disdain. Regardless of status or strength, he firmly suppressed Wen Fei Hong. Therefore, he had never placed Wen Fei Hong in his eyes. Whoosh! Shen Tu Ye's body moved like a swift leopard. He leapt out from the lush bushes and intercepted Wen Fei Hong. Shen Tu Yi, what are you trying to do? Shen Tu Ye's sudden appearance gave Wen Fei Hong a fright. However, when he saw the person who intercepted him, Wen Fei Hong let out a sigh of relief and asked cautiously, "Wen Fei Hong, if you honestly answer one of my questions, I will let you pass. If you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me for being impolite." Shen Tu Yi threatened with a gloomy expression. "What do you want to ask?" Although Wen Fei Hong was annoyed by Shen Tu Ye's attitude, he did not dare to offend him. He could only suppress the anger in his heart and ask in a low voice, "Let me ask you, do you know the whereabouts of Yi Qinfeng?" Shen Tu Yi asked. "I don't know. I did not meet him." Wen Fei Hong shook his head and said, "Really? You're not lying to me?" As he spoke, a powerful baleful aura was emitted from Shen Tu Ye's body. It locked onto Wen Fei Hong and coldly questioned him. "I can swear that I really did not meet Yi Qinfeng in the Purple Cloud mountain range." Wen Fei Hong was only a rank 6 spiritual beast. He could not withstand the impact of Shin Tu Ye's baleful aura and said with a pale face, "Is that so?" Shen Tu Yi said with a gloomy expression. An ominous glint continuously shot out from his eyes. "Shen Tu Yi, why are you in such a hurry to find me? Could it be that you can't wait to fight with me?" Chapter 53. Yi Qinfeng, you're finally here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Looking at Yi Qinfeng, who was slowly walking over, Shen Tui hurriedly crushed the sensing stone that he had hidden in his clothes. His eyes were filled with killing intent. Shen Tui, I have no intention of interfering in the matter between you and Yi Qinfeng. I'll take my leave first. Seeing the two of them at daggers drawn, Wen Fei Hong felt deeply uneasy. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. It's too late. No one can leave now. Shen Tui said domineeringly. Shen Tui, what are you trying to do? Don't tell me you want to kill me? Wen Fei Hong said with an ugly expression, I'm warning you. If anything happens to me, the Sky Fire Marshal House will not let you off. Wen Fei Hong, I can give you a chance. If you're willing to join forces with me to delay Yi Qinfeng, I'll let you go immediately. If you don't agree, then this day next year will be the day you die. Shen Tui's eyes rolled slightly as he coldly threatened. Really? The uneasy Wen Fei Hong raised his eyebrows and said doubtfully, Wen Fei Hong, this is your only chance to live. If you don't take it, I'll be the first to kill you. Shen Tui threatened with killing intent. Seeing the wavering Wen Fei Hong, Yi Qinfeng was unmoved. He patiently waited for Wen Fei Hong to make his choice. If Wen Fei Hong really chose to help Shen Tui deal with him, then Yi Qinfeng would have no more worries and kill him with all his might. Shen Tui, swear that if I help you deal with Yi Qinfeng, you'll let me go. Wen Fei Hong made up his mind and looked at Shen Tui with a burning gaze as he said loudly, All right, I swear that if you help me deal with Yi Qinfeng, I'll let you go. Shen Tui swore in front of everyone. I hope you're not lying to me. Otherwise, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Hearing Shen Tui swear in front of everyone, Wen Fei Hong's uneasy heart calmed down a lot. Wen Fei Hong, I thought you were a character. I didn't expect your intelligence to be so low. Yi Qinfeng shook his head and said, Shen Tui swore to let you go, but will his companions let you go? If something really happened to me, would they be stupid enough to leave a scourge like you behind to threaten them? Hearing Yi Qinfeng's words, Wen Fei Hong's expression changed greatly. He knew that Yi Qinfeng was right. If something happened to Yi Qinfeng, Shen Tui would definitely kill him to silence him. Wen Fei Hong, don't listen to his nonsense. Since I have already sworn an oath, I won't harm you. Shen Tui didn't dare to face Yi Qinfeng alone, so he defended himself loudly. However, Wen Fei Hong was already a bird, startled by the twang of a bow. He knew that his only way out was to forcefully break through the encirclement. He quickly turned around and fled towards the shrubbery at the side. Where are you going? Just as Wen Fei Hong was about to leap into the lush shrubbery and escape, a deep voice suddenly entered his ears. Shangguan Peng, who was tall and sturdy and wielded a pair of heavy axes, and Shinti Shui, who was dressed in a blood-red robe and whose appearance was somewhat similar to Shinti, arrived in time and stopped Wen Fei Hong, who was trying to escape. Cousin, Shangguan Peng, stop that brat. Don't let him escape. Seeing that Shen Tuxue and Shangguan Peng had arrived in time at the crucial moment, Shen Tui was overjoyed and shouted loudly, No, don't kill me. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to agree to any of your conditions. In order to survive, Wen Fei Hong gave up his dignity and bitterly begged for mercy. Facing Wen Fei Hong's begging, Shangguan Peng was unmoved. Wielding the heavy axes, he launched a fierce attack at Wen Fei Hong, forcing him to retreat continuously. Go to hell! Breaking through Wen Fei Hong's sole power defense, Shangguan Peng combined his axes. A blazing axe ray fell from the sky, directly splitting Wen Fei Hong's body into two halves. Shen Tui, in order to get rid of me, you guys have really put in a lot of effort. Yi Qinfeng glanced at Wen Fei Hong's corpse, which was split from the middle, lying in a pool of blood. There was no change in his expression as he spoke in a low voice. It's too late to be afraid now. Shen Tui sneered and said, from the moment you offended me. Your fate was already decided. But don't worry, I'll give you a quick death. Shen Tui, I've realized that you're as naive as when Fei Hong. Yi Qinfeng shook his head. Rays of green light were emitted from his body. Rank 1 Beast Illusionist. You've broken through to Rank 1 Beast Illusionist. Seeing the faint green light emitted from Yi Qinfeng's body, Shen Tui and Shangguan Peng's eyes widened, revealing looks of disbelief. They couldn't imagine that Yi Qinfeng actually had the time to break through while crossing the Purple Cloud mountain range. A trace of uneasiness arose in their hearts. Isn't it just a Rank 1 Beast Illusionist brat? What's there to be afraid of? Shen Tushihua had never experienced how terrifying Yi Qinfeng was, so he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Blood toad, fuse. With a thought from Shen Tushihua, a blood-red giant toad covered in disgusting lumps appeared on his body. It emitted a sound wave that caused one's eardrums to slightly vibrate as it locked onto Yi Qinfeng. Rank 3 Beast Illusionist. Sensing Shen Tushihua's strength, Yi Qinfeng's face revealed a trace of seriousness. Although Yi Qinfeng's strength had increased by a lot, and he had comprehended the mid-grade spirit rank soul skill, Shen Tushihua was a genius from the heavenly fire marshal house. He was a great threat to him. Furthermore, with Shangguan Peng and Shen Tui eyeing him covetously, Yi Qinfeng knew that he had to seize the initiative, or else it would be very dangerous. Brat, if there's a next life, remember to wipe your eyes. There are some people you can't afford to offend. After condensing the blood toad, Shen Tushihua revealed a sinister expression. With a thought, the blood toad that was floating in midair jumped and appeared in front of Yi Qinfeng. In the next moment, the blood toad's huge body suddenly expanded. A powerful sound wave was emitted from the blood toad's bloody mouth. It was like a surging river that bombarded Yi Qinfeng. 10,000 gene of strength break. Suddenly facing the blood toad's sound wave attack, Yi Qinfeng didn't dodge. Instead, he erupted with an astonishing 10,000 gene of strength to meet it head-on. Boom! When the two powerful forces collided, a deafening explosion immediately erupted. The powerful rebounding force shattered the surrounding ancient trees, turning them into fragments that filled the sky. Cracks also appeared on the ground. Wind wing slash. Ancient spirit hand. While Yi Qinfeng and Shen Tushihua were fighting, Shangguan Peng and Shen Tushihua immediately used their soul skills to attack Yi Qinfeng. As the two powerful soul skills attacked, Yi Qinfeng's pupils shrank. The cultivation method of fulgurating shadow flashed through his mind. He instinctively took 3 extremely strange steps and dodged the 2 soul skills before retreating to the side. These 3 steps were the essence of fulgurating shadow. However, to cultivate fulgurating shadow, other than comprehending its essence, one also had to comprehend its concept to be able to condense a speed shadow. And I've underestimated you. Seeing Yi Qinfeng's strange steps, Shen Tushihua raised his brows and revealed a trace of astonishment on his arrogant face. Cousin, this brat is very strange. Let's attack together. We must eliminate him today. Otherwise, if this matter is exposed, we will be in trouble. Shen Tushihua was even more astonished. He couldn't accept that Yi Qinfeng had not only broken through in a few hours, but also grasped a strange step. All right. Chapter 54. Ha! Following Yi Qinfeng's shout, his battle intent rose to the peak. All the muscles in his body vibrated, and a terrifying physical strength spread out in all directions with his body as the center. Feeling the battle intent and strength surging out from Yi Qinfeng's body, Shen Tushihua's expression finally changed. This was because even he was unable to release such a terrifying strength. He knew that he had underestimated Yi Qinfeng. Swish! Raising his strength to the peak, Yi Qinfeng's feet flashed, and he dodged Shen Tushihua's shadowless rod at a very strange angle. He appeared in front of Shen Tuyi, who had turned pale with fright. Moon concealing slash. Sensing the killing intent in Yi Qinfeng's eyes, Shintuye's heart trembled. Soul power surged into the long blade in his hand, and he used his soul skill at close range, wanting to force Yi Qinfeng to retreat. Star point! The long blade, pulsing with green soul power, slashed down, but Yi Qinfeng did not dodge. He extended his index finger, which was overflowing with soul power, to meet the attack. A finger flickering with starlight heavily hit Shintu Ye's moon-concealing slash, forcibly shattering the blade light that cut through the air. Pooh! Shintu Ye's chest was hit by the remaining power of the star point, and a bloody wound was immediately left behind. Blood splattered everywhere. Yi Qinfeng originally had the chance to kill Shintu Yi with this attack, but he did not have the confidence to kill Shintu Shui. Helpless, he could only injure Shintu Yi. Wind wing slash. The moment Yi Qinfeng injured Shintu Yi, Shangguan Peng's soul skill slashed down, slashing towards his back. Just as Yi Qinfeng was about to be struck by the two powerful axe lights, an illusory light flashed beneath his feet once again. His body slid like a living fish as he dodged Shangguan Peng's soul skill. 5,000 kilograms of strength. The moment Yi Qinfeng dodged, all the strength in his body surged into his fist like a violent tide, and he smashed it towards Shangguan Peng's chest. The wind from the fist whistled like a gale, causing Shangguan Peng to feel suffocated. Yi Qinfeng's fist had not yet arrived, but the qi had already hurt him. The terrifying power of the fist made Shangguan Peng's expression change greatly. He hurriedly placed the heavy axe in front of his chest to block Yi Qinfeng's attack. Bang! Yi Qinfeng's fist, which had compressed his strength to the extreme, heavily smashed onto the axe in front of Shangguan Peng's chest. The powerful shock caused Shangguan Peng's arm to go numb, and the heavy axe ruthlessly struck his chest. He felt a tightness in his chest and a sweetness in his throat. He was sent flying by the terrifying recoil and fell more than 10 meters away. His injuries were not light. Roaring technique. Shintu Shui did not expect that Yi Qinfeng would be able to heavily injure Shangguan Peng and Shintu Yi in the blink of an eye. His expression turned abnormally ugly as a blood toad phantom appeared behind him. A powerful sound wave shot out from his mouth and bombarded Yi Qinfeng. After being attacked by the roaring technique, Yi Qinfeng only felt his soul tremble. The blood in his body began to churn, and many of his meridians were damaged. His reaction became slightly sluggish. Shocking shadowless rod. Seizing this opportunity, Shintu Shui's shadowless rod appeared in his hand, enveloping the void. He lashed out at Yi Qinfeng's head in an attempt to smash it. Startling ray. At this critical moment, Yi Qinfeng instinctively reacted. A ray of light that was like a spirit snake flashed in the air and touched the overlapping shadowless rod. It offset a portion of the shocking shadowless rod's attack and slowed down the speed of the rod's attack. He dodged to the side in a thrilling manner. Kacha! The ground beneath Yi Qinfeng's feet was struck by the shocking shadowless rod. Immediately, a several-meter deep crack appeared. The powerful force caused the ground to tremble violently. Soul Scarefinger. How do you know the Soul Scarefinger that has never been taught to outsiders in my heavenly fire martial house? Furthermore, you have even cultivated it to the second stage. Shintu Shui recognized the Soul Scarefinger and knew its value. His face became even more gloomy as he questioned with an ice-cold voice. Yi Qinfeng, who was injured and had consumed a lot of energy, did not answer Shintu Shui's question. He quickly threw a soul recovery pill into his mouth. While recovering his exhausted soul power, he leaped towards a nearby bush in an attempt to quickly leave this place. Cousin, you must not let him escape. Otherwise, we will be in trouble. The heavily injured Shintu Yi immediately shouted when he saw Yi Qinfeng trying to escape. Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. 8 steps overtaking Cicada. Shinta Shui used his speed soul skill, and his entire body suddenly increased in speed. With a few strides, he closed the distance between him and Yi Qinfeng. Roaring technique. After closing the distance, the blood-toad phantom appeared on his body once again. Rolling sound waves blasted through the layers of air and heavily bombarded Yi Qinfeng's body. After being continuously attacked by the roaring technique, Yi Qinfeng's meridians were severely damaged. Streams of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Go to hell! Shocking, shadowless rod. Shinta Shui poured all of his soul power into the shadowless rod and used his strongest soul skill again to attack Yi Qinfeng. Soul Breaker. At the critical moment, Yi Qinfeng, who was prepared in advance, instantly recovered his senses. He poured all of his soul power into his right index finger and used the third move of the Soul Scare Finger, which was also the most powerful move. A foot-long soul-shattering finger ray that spun at high speeds struck the heaven-shocking, shadowless staff, forcibly piercing through the stacked heaven-shocking staff ray. The remaining power shot toward Shinta Shui, whose expression had changed greatly. Wow! When the Soul Breaker finger struck the shadowless rod in front of Shinta Shui's chest, it immediately produced a powerful recoil. The recoil caused his arm to go numb and his palm to bleed. Soul Breaker Finger, you actually cultivated the Soul Scare Finger to the great mastery realm. Who exactly are you? Shinta Shui exclaimed. He was shocked that Yi Qinfeng actually cultivated the extremely difficult Soul Breaker Finger to the great mastery realm. Although he had been able to break Shinta Shui's attacks, Shinta Shui's strength had indeed brought him a great threat. After considering everything, Yi Qinfeng wanted to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. Once he obtained the Juka Spirit Pill and increased his strength, he would slowly settle the score with them. After making his decision, Yi Qinfeng's body flashed, and he once again leapt towards the shrubbery at the side. Where do you think you're going? When Shinta Shui saw that Yi Qinfeng was continuing to flee, he suddenly threw the shadowless rod in his hand. Like a flash of light, it attacked Yi Qinfeng's back, forcing him to dodge. When Yi Qinfeng used the phantom displacement technique and 2 streaks of light flashed under his feet, strangely dodging the shadowless rod's attack, Shinta Shui, who was using the 8-step cicada overtaking technique, closed in on him. His right palm shone with green soul power as he used a soul skill to attack Yi Qinfeng at close range. Soul Breaker. Seeing the incoming palm, Yi Qinfeng disregarded the damage to his meridians and used the Soul Breaker Finger again. It consumed a lot of soul power, but its power was astonishing. It broke Shinta Shui's soul skill with one finger and forced him to retreat.